Oh boy. Back. Wow. Part 3, okay. But hi everyone. Yeah, I know it's not Tuesday, but I mean Tuesday's my day, but I have been known to stream on other days, so here we are. Yeah, we're just gonna see how it goes. Truthfully, it's like based on I don't know. It's just like I said, brain's a little bit confused right now. I would not confused, more like mixed feeling of yeah. Oh, and hello, game night. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm just trying to parse out what I'm trying to say, and it's not working very well, but that's okay. Uh, yeah, correct. Words are not wording. Oh, jeez. That's awful nice of you, Mike. I was gonna say, I actually haven't posted that literally anywhere except for just on the stream, so I appreciate you. I hadn't even thought about it, truthfully. Um, I, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that immensely. I wonder who that pinged. Everybody? Oh. Whoops. Alright, well. If words aren't working, I guess we're playing a golf game, so that's good. Um, Traditionally a game that you're pretty quiet playing. Traditionally. But then again, it's like, I don't know if people are here for the golf content, the verbal content, or neither. So. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I was gonna say it did pop up as 11 p.m. to me, and I was just like, wait a minute, I'm not starting that. but but either way, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. As it turns out, there are quite a few things I've forgotten to do, even with thinking, oh yeah, you got some things together and stuff. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, well, what about this or this or this? And it's just like, oh, you're right. Uh, might be a touch firm. Yeah, I think it was a touch firm. Yep. That's all right. Oh, well, thanks, game night. I appreciate it. I was gonna say what I was saying earlier. I was just like, well, if you're not here for the golf, you're not here for the boys. What are you here for? Because if it's not for either of those, then it's just kind of like I don't know what other reasons are there. Oh, oh, you're all good. You're all good, Mike. Oh, we got it right here. Let me see what you got now. Okay, no, cool. It looks good to me. But yeah, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it immensely. We're gonna see how long we can play golf. I also have another game on deck. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but it's new. It's gonna be funny because it's still new to me. It just dropped, I think, like a week or two ago, and then I'm gonna come in like a month late and be like, okay, this is brand new, like a month ago, but here we are. Um, so that's there just for, you know, when I or if I get burnt out on the golf, like, or I'm just like, all right, I need to not stand for a bit in golf and just like play another game for a bit. And it's one I haven't played on the channel before, so I'm looking forward to that. That and it's a game that I just genuinely am looking forward to playing, which is rare considering it's like I'm not a huge video game guy. If you can't tell by the 1,300 hours in this game. All right. Huh. Didn't think that was gonna work out. It's gonna be the menu screen game. Yeah, 100%. The one where I actually can't navigate off of the home screen. You're right. How did you know? Oh, thank you, Game Night. I appreciate it. Like I said, that's not exactly how I drew that up, but I mean, your boy's not gonna complain. And thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. All right. 15. I mean, the win doesn't look too bad. We'll see what we're presented with. Exactly. Like, if it works, it works, and I'm not going to complain. I mean, you've heard me have mixed feelings on that kind of stuff before, but that's mainly in matches because I'm just kind of like, oh man, that's just a bit of luck that, the other team didn't lose because I skilled my way to it. It's because I lucked my way to it, and that just kind of feels bad, man. If it's a truly skill v skill, then I'm just kind of like, all right, best case scenario. 91 yards. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that straight into the mic. It's allergy season, and I'm trying to. And the weather's been really funky, so. Yeah. Nah. Half a square off. It wasn't a bad calculation. It's just, I was also thinking to myself, don't worry, that didn't screw up my shot or anything. I hit everything exactly how I wanted to. But, yeah, your boy did have in the back of his head. He was just kind of like, if you can eagle here, and if there's an albatross opportunity, we could get the 70 just out of nowhere. But alas. Yeah, it's just that time of year, I guess. Well, for me, I usually get seasonal allergies, fall and spring. So, Oh, jeez. Okay. Even if I got the eagle, if I would have been like, oh man, we got a chance, if then we would have gotten handed this, and I would have been like, well, I would have been actually kind of more upset. Now I'm just kind of like, okay, pressure is already off. But thanks, Hole 8, for coming in anyway, clutch, with your usual max wins and ridiculous conditions. Shout out, Hole 8. Okay. All right. A little bit too much credit. And by a little bit, I mean like, oh, I don't know, 8 or 10 squares. Not that far. Alright, so it's going to break left, and it's going to break back right. The question is it actually perfectly even? I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say it's going to break more right. So. I was correct. Just, well, I either needed to hit it harder, or I needed to put it farther left. I hit the in-between and missed the shot, but oh well. We still won. I'll take it. And considering that was the first game of the day, I mean, yeah, we 100% take that. Oh, good birdies, though. Yeah, 55 to 54 is always hard. Woohoo! Alright, well, anybody currently watching trying to play a few global games? Because I'll probably play a couple global games, not gonna lie. Unless anybody else has any other suggestions. Otherwise, I can post a timestamp if people are playing. Otherwise, I will just go ahead and hit start if nobody else is playing. I'll get a drink while I wait for some responses. No. Going once. Going twice. Oh, well, there you go. I'll get a timestamp posted. Let's go at the 38-minute mark. Oops. All right, 38-minute mark, everybody. That's in 50 seconds by my clock. So. Oh, yeah, no, there's always a bit of a delay on the stream there, game night. I think it depends on the person, but I do have a delay set. I was gonna say, actually, the funny thing is I had some people recommend that it get delayed, like, that I should delay it farther than I currently have it, you know, just in case anything happens. And I'm just kind of like, oh. So, because right now, I think it, like, depends on the person, but I think it's anywhere between, like, a 7 to 10 second delay. That's why I try and post the timestamp, like, you know, way in advance so that, you know, even with the time delay, people can still get in. And also, that's why I don't do a countdown with my voice, because, you know, you would be hearing me. And then by the time that I would get to 0 on the countdown on your end, I would have already sent it, you know, like basically at the beginning of the countdown. So Come on, we still got room for game night. And anybody else that's trying to get in here that I secretly don't know about. But then again, I don't know. Oh. I wonder if that's the Diego. And I wonder if that's Dylan. Because. And I know that's not actually Sensei because the sprite's a little bit off. Oh man, I'm sorry, game night. But yeah, if that's the Diego that I know, then ahoy, Diego. And if that's actually Dylan, then ahoy, Dylan. Although I thought I saw Dylan in ranked, so I don't know. It would be funny though if Sensei did actually go for like a different sprite to make people think that it wasn't Sensei, but we should be able to determine by rank, but then again, it could just be an, like a family account, like an alt account, and they could be a lower rank. So I don't know. We're going to find out. But my suspicions tell me it is a copycat. I see Infinite Potato, but then also the rank doesn't match unless Dylan also has an alt account. So, we'll see what happens. And yeah, Hole 17, I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, the win's with us, which is cool, but I mean, like, Oh, geez, yeah. Okay, so you can get a 3-iron up in this wind. I just don't know if it'll have enough uppies, and we're going to end up on the front. We're just going to try it. So, let's just make sure we put it over appropriately. Yeah, so... Okay. See, I told you could get up at 3-iron. I just misjudged the aim. Otherwise, I think I could have actually gotten a hole in one there if I got the aim right. But, oh well, we'll take it. Question is do I even want to put this in the air or do I want to putt this? I'm trying to remember what it did last time. Because based on what it looks like it actually breaks to the left, which is a bit odd. But, I will try it, see if that's actually correct or if I'm just dead wrong. Well, am I wrong? I don't know. Now all of a sudden something feels like I am, but I'm running out of time, so... Yeah, I was going to be wrong. That's fine. As soon as I put it... Wow, that was to the right anyway. Or no, I was thinking it was going to break to the left, so I put it right. Never called it... Never heard it called uppies. That's just what I call it, so that's fair. Not... Jeez, Mike. Hey, I'm just responding back. Banning other people's names. I don't know. Alright. Well, let's continue. So we flubbed the first one. Which, I mean, happens. Oh, Oh, you reverse psychology, not reverse psychology. You did the double speak. Nah, not even double speak. Like the double negative thing. That's what I was trying to say. Like you can't not say Game Night's name every sentence. Okay, I understand now. Sorry. I thought it was. I was just like, wait, I'm not saying it that frequently. Why would you ban them? Why would you ban the word use? But all right, cool. I understand the assignment now. I will begin that as soon as the ads stop. Sorry for the misunderstanding. How close are we? Okay. Oof, just a little bit too far over to the right. Stop. Cool. And a little too hard, as it turns out. Crazy, man. Crazy. Hmm. Oh, did you two not have any ads? Because it told me that there was supposed to be an ad break, and I just thought it was going to be, not fair if people couldn't actually see me doing the challenge. Because, what fun is that? Then you have no way to confirm. Also, I don't know. That sensei's gotten birdie on 17 and eagle with a chip in on 18. But anywho, no, nice game night. We'll take that. But anywho, all right, cool. Well, I think we're back now. So I will actually do the challenge. So my bad, Mike, but it starts right now. So every sentence that I have to say contains game night in it. Now, I wonder if that means that I have to say game night together in the sentence, or if I could perhaps say, like, a sentence that is like, I was going to game on Thursday night, but I had to cancel. Something along those lines, trying to finagle game night into every sentence. So far, I've been succeeding in saying game night every sentence, but I've kind of just been talking about it. Game night, that is. So as long as I say the two words game and night in every sentence. Well, game on this night. Man, that was bad game night. I'm sorry that you had to hear that. Oh dear, I don't know. Do we need to put this like, I don't know, half a square to the left on, this game night? I feel like I want to get creative with it. I don't want to just keep asking, game night every question to lead it into my sentence. And I don't also just want to do it in this kind of way where I just have to bring it up arbitrarily, the game night thing. Perplexing game night thought. I can't believe that rolls up game night short. Now at game night sounds like I'm just using it as sentence enhancers. And poor game night's gonna be like, I'm hearing my name every other sentence. Aw, game night has to be said as one word. Okay, fine. It's been about 3 game night minutes. So. Ooh, I'm sorry about tripping getting your phone game night. Although, speaking of which, I was thinking about hosting a game night at my house sometime soon, just because I haven't played D&D at a game night in a long time. Oh, let's see here for the next game night shot.
Nice approach.
Well, I must game night admit that that was pretty close. Well, looks like we game night caught back up. Oof. Back, game night pill. Pin. No, I'm sorry, game night. In the middle of a round 2 game night? Man. I must admit, pretty darn good. Just not good enough. And sorry, it's been 5 minutes, so that's why I was just kind of like, all right. I have been freed from my chains. Oof. Oh, it was just one of those where it just died like that. Okay. Ouch. I'm sorry. Right, like, I will definitely take that. Alright, well, GG's. We got the dub. Whoop, whoop. Okay, we getting back to S9. Well, 17 stopped us temporarily, but we got it back. Alright, well, Mike, you still at the office and game night? I'm assuming you're waiting for your Switch to charge. Barring those two instances, unless I'm mistaken, anybody playing this next round, we need a timestamp, or should I just keep things rolling? Oh, you're back on. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, so timestamp it is, huh? Alright. 56-minute mark. Alright. That's in about a minute. And that's fair, Mike. I was gonna say, you shouldn't have too much longer, should you? I was gonna say, if I recall correctly, you should be off within the next, like, bit, right? And then you have, like, an hour commute to home. I can't remember if that's just your normal, or if that's, like, because of traffic, or if I'm just completely making things up and you're just like, what do you mean? It takes me 5 minutes to get home. And I'd be like, well, I thought it wasn't that, but hey, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days, you know, kind of thing. Like 20 seconds. Give or take. Oh god, no, fair, Mike. I was gonna say, is it because of the upcoming holidays? Is it because you're busy, or... Okay, cool. I couldn't remember what your traffic situation was. Yeah, no, that isn't bad. I was gonna say, Man, I still don't see game night, unfortunately, which is really a shame. Dang, game night. First the disconnection, then the battery dying. Oh, wait, we got Zen. Okay. Well, hello, Zen. Good luck to you. If that is the same Zen that I am familiar with. But, well, that's good, Mike. Although, well, I meant aside from the being swamped thing. But, yeah. Because I know with Tony, because of their work, they end up getting swamped because of the holiday season. But, aha! Yes, that is Zen. Heck yeah. Good luck. Ah, gotcha, Mike. That can happen sometimes, for sure. Alright, since the wind's slightly against us, why don't I just... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can just go, like, right here, and then give it one of these. That might have been a bit firm. Get down. Yeah, we're good. Ooh. Barely. I got ridiculously close to hitting the tree, but it didn't, and that's all that matters. Alright. Wind mean, I guess it depends on how it hits the front of the green, because usually when it hits the front of the green, it kicks it right. So it's like, but if I'm hitting back there, I mean, it's gonna deflect it left, and so's the wind. So it's like, you put it right here, I guess.
Nice shot.
Not enough.
Nice approach.
Yeah, we didn't have enough backspin either way. So even if I did hit that right, I don't think that would have backspun on it. You know.
Great eagle.
We got close. Who the heck are you? Oh, that's right. Okay. So I got an email from a random thing, and I was just like, "What the heck?" And I was just like, "It's not spam. It's just for something that I, or well, it wasn't like that. Definitely what you would call spam because it's from something I had signed up for forever ago. Although the nice thing is I've been unsubscribing from all of those things as of late. So hey, it's good." Okay, sorry about that. I think we're back. I was gonna say, I thought that my Ethernet cable was sitting on something weird, and so I was just adjusting, and apparently that small adjustment was enough to throw the whole thing into a harakas. So my bad. But hey, Zed, what's going on? And thank you for letting me know, Game Night. That definitely helps because I'm just like, oh, can everybody see this now? Anywho, uh, oh come on, man. I thought that was actually perfect. I was just like, oh, the backspin's gonna be real nice on that, but not quite.
Nice birdie.
No, that's fair, Zed. I was gonna say, plus, I know it's 9 p.m. my time, so I know that is later for you than it is for me. So yeah, don't blame you for that. I'm still trying to decide whether or not I'm gonna play in the shotgun tonight or not. I might be. I guess it just kind of depends on how I feel. Oh no, no, like it's 9 p.m. when the tournament match is supposed to be. It's currently 7 p.m. for me. Yeah. So technically, it would be in 2 hours for me. Well, I mean, it'd be 2 hours for everybody, but yeah, in 2 hours, it would be 9 p.m.
Nice shot.
That's too hard. Or maybe not. Wow, the wind really took it that much, huh? I thought, dead aim was going to be absolutely spot on. But not quite.
Nice birdie.
Yep, exactly. Exactly said. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't realize we were the same time zone. I thought that we were close, but I thought that you were, like, slightly ahead of me. Like 1 hour or something like that. It wasn't anything huge, but. Oh, I figured that, but I mean, I couldn't have told you that. I also have to work tomorrow, but yeah, I don't think it'll be so bad. Oh no, Zen. I just saw what happened. I'm sorry. We got the caffeine though. Caffeine usually helps with that kind of stuff. A bit. That's gross, Zed. That's way earlier than I have to be in, so I'm sorry. I was gonna say, I don't blame you. Why you gotta be in at 6 a.m. on a Saturday? That's major oof. That's just usually what time you go in all the time? Double sheesh. Well, hey, I get it. Different people can work on different schedules, and I did it for a bit. But as it turns out, my body's really good at getting up at like between 7 and 8. Like, don't get me wrong, I can get up earlier, and usually it's easier for me when it's something for like leisure or something like that. Like when I would get up to work, at that time, I would be really sluggish and, not want to do anything. But then when I'd wake up at that time to go like golfing or something, I'd be like, oh yeah, I am so ready to go. But, or like, on vacation, I'd be like, oh yeah, 100% ready. Let's do this thing. But then for work, I'd be like, this is the worst and I want to die. Okay. Nope. Yeesh, that does really need to get put pretty far over.
Nice on.
Oh, God. I was gonna say, is there any way? Oh, wait, are you like a shift manager or something? Because that sounds like a shift manager or shift leader position. It's just like, oh, hey, you got promoted. Here's somehow worse hours and more responsibility for only a small amount of increase in pay. Just enough to keep you around, to keep you strung along, but definitely not enough to actually sustain a human being. But you've got nothing else better. It's just like, it's one of those situations. Been there and. Oh, you're good, game night. And oh, yeah, no, like, if it's for fun, sure, I can pull all nighters or whatever. Like just the other day, just earlier this week, and it's been a while. But hey, Zen, I'm glad you're still up here. That's awesome. Um, but on Wednesday night, I had to be in at work at 9, but I stayed out until I got home at 3. And I was just kind of like, huh. I mean, I can. It's been a long time since I've done this, but back in the day, I used to be able to run on like 3 to 5 hours of sleep a few days in a row. And this is without caffeine, too. Like, I've just not really been ever a big caffeine guy until, well, relatively recently. But yeah, I'd be able to just do that and things would be fine. But then once you start getting to like the fourth or fifth day doing that in a row and with the partying as well, it was just kind of like, okay, my body's starting to not like me now. And I think the most days in a row that I did that consecutively was 6 or 7, something like that. And yeah, it just absolute debauchery back in the day. It was pretty good. Oh, I was wondering if anybody was going to catch that. And of course you did, Zed, of course. But that is actually legitimately what I would say anyway. It's just I realized it as I was saying it, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, is this the second time in like, actually no, it's the third time in like 3 days. Because the crazy thing is when I went bowling on Wednesday, like I was just talking about, you know what, I bowled 2 games in a row, not trying. 67. I was just like, the first one I was just like, LOL, 6-7, and then the second one I was just like, okay, am I cursed now? Is 6-7 just like, is it like the movie Smile, where like all of a sudden like you're just cursed with it? Or like 23 even, where it's just like, yep. Oh my god, okay. Thought we had that. Where it's just like, okay, well, the numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Nice birdie.
That's okay. Honestly, I just find it very funny when other people get. It's almost like. And I was talking to my coworkers about this today. It's like the more people get angry at 6-7, being like, "What does it even mean? It's stupid. It's childish. Blah 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 blah." The more you see it, I think that's kind of the design of it. It's just like it's supposed to be nonsensical, and when it pisses people off, it just works as nice rage bait, or it's just this, you know. So I'm just like, I'll make the funny haha joke about it for the time being, but much like every other meme and every other thing that has ever been said on a frequent basis, it'll have its time in the sun and then maybe fade eventually, but you know. Like, I haven't heard anybody clicking in a minute, like Ugandan knuckles, or I haven't heard anybody going E, like the Markiplier E meme, like that. What was that supposed to mean, huh? Like, what was Markiplier's face on Lord Farquaad's body, deep fried, and then just with the capital E? If you laughed at that, how is that different than 6-7? Is what I'm saying. It's like, we've all had nonsense at some point. So, just to me, it's just like any other meme. But that's me. Oh, jeez. Did you win game night? Did you get it? I sure hope so. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Zed. Alright. I'm going to post a timestamp. Let's go at the 15-minute mark. That's in 1 minute and 30 seconds. A little bit longer, but I just want to make sure that... All right, 16 it is. I just figured game night would be done with the closest to the pin before that. But, I'm not worried about it. Nice. I was gonna say, good dub. But, yeah. Man, yeah, you would have been ready at 15, I think, because it's still not for another 20 seconds. But, I mean, like I said, I ain't that worried about it. So we'll be hitting the next starter in about, I don't know. Oh, no prizes. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, that is right. Some people are still going for the collections. Sorry. I haven't seen, like, a collections thing pop up in, like, 2 years, so... Or, I shouldn't say that, because there are definitely, like, some of those where it's just like, oh, you played an online version of this game. Here's the amateur, you know, like when basketball came out. I think that's the last time that I got any kind of, like, reward pop-up. Because, like, I haven't played soccer online, I haven't played Chambara online, I haven't played tennis online, I haven't played badminton online. I think I said volleyball already, but if I haven't played volleyball online either. So, like, your boy has only played online for bowling, like, a couple times, and golf. And I would prove it, but we're about to hit the start timer. And I'll prove it next game. You can look at all of my stats and be like, oh, well. All right. Glad everybody's back. Sheesh. We just keep getting, you know, like, the lobbies are so chaotic. It's just kind of like sometimes I'll sit here for 10 minutes, and then other times it'll get filled in immediately, even though I'm trying to queue with people. It's a bummer. Well, good luck game night, and welcome back, Zed. Oh, you got Lily. Okay. Wow. And I got a bunch of A ranks. Interesting. Anyway, but yes, good luck. Lily is tough. Oh, let's see here. I might join in ranked after this. We'll see what happens. All right, the wind's with us, but it's the back pin, so I totally want to go driver here. We gonna do it. And I think I put myself in a good spot to where we should be lined up with the wind. Yeah, it's pushing us the wrong way. It's fine. So we can put it like right there, and it should be good. 95 yards out, but the wind is with us pretty good. So I'm going to say something like that. Oh, come on. Come on. No, really? You're going to break that much at the last second, huh? Like, genuinely thought that that was good all the way up until maybe, like, the last 3 or 5 feet. And then all of a sudden I was just like, there's no way that's still breaking, right? There's no way. And then it did. That is one disappointing outcome. Oh, they got Infinite back. Nice. And, that's actually game night. I don't think I've ever streamed on YouTube once. I know that it is an option. I don't know why. I've never done it. I wonder how easy it would be translating it from, this to YouTube. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'd give it a shot. I wonder if I could stream at the same time. No, that's fair, Mike. I was going to say my aim for that, based on how the wind was and how much it needs to go over to the left, I put it half a square to the left. I feel like if I gave it just like a hair more power, it probably would have continued on a better line and I probably would have had it. But like, because that thing came in at like the absolute like bare minimum speed it seemed like it needed to be to get there, it just well, as it turns out, it was a little bit farther over to the left than I thought. A little bit more than a half a square in that instance. Oh, wait, you can stream on YouTube and stream your Twitch at the same time via OBS? It's like I've been running through OBS. I didn't know that. Holy. Wow, Aiden really came in here and figured out way more stuff than I realized. Because again, hold on. I don't know if that's hard enough. Yeah, it wasn't. It's close though.
Nice approach.
Although I don't know. Like if you hit green with that, does that actually work out in that scenario? I don't think so, based on how that went. So I don't know if I aimed it enough.
Nice birdie.
And it like I know I've said this before, and this is literally zero shade to any other creator on this game. I play this game, but much like any other sports that I enjoy playing, I don't really watch people play it because I'm just kind of like, oh, well, I actually do that. So it's kind of like I don't really watch like things that I do, I don't tend to watch others do. If you know what I'm saying. Like I watch a bunch of different stuff on YouTube and I watch a bunch of other people play different games, and it's all games that I haven't personally played. But then outside of like a couple of exceptions, because obviously there's always exceptions, but yeah, it's like I don't really consume anybody else that plays this particular game. Not because, I think they're bad or anything along those lines. Far from it. I respect the heck out of all of them and everybody else that streams this. Um, but yeah, I just feel bad because I'm just kind of like, nah, that's just, I haven't seen that. I'm sorry. That was too hard. Get down for me. Nope. Wind was blowing too hard for that. I wanted that at like 3.4, but I didn't take my time and actually set up my stance or my power, and that was 100% my mistake, my fault. Shouldn't have hit the shot. But that is a good recovery. I will take that one. Oh, gee, wait. So Aiden streams on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time. All of them? And no, I do actually have OBS. Like I have OBS open currently on my laptop. Um, there's some Streamlabs something going on around somewhere, but I don't actually think I have any of that kind of stuff activated. I don't really know. But geez, if you can really do all of that, maybe that's what I'll do for my 24-hour stream is just stream on all of them. Because I didn't know that I could do that, but now that I know that that's an option, all of a sudden I could potentially stream on 3 platforms. That would be crazy. And thank you, Game Night. I appreciate that. I was gonna say I'm glad I made the chip. It was a pretty good one.
Nice shot.
Okay, cool. And thank you, Mike. I was going to say, sorry. I was just catching up with chat, and I know I'm answering it completely out of order, but that's just me, as I tend to do. But, yeah. I was just a little worried I was going to get some weird kick with the wind being with us, but, oh well. The wind is with us in this scenario a little bit as well. Well, it's uphill, so I feel like we could probably bring it back to about there. And go about... Is that too far back? I think it might be. Let's go about there, then. No? Hold on. I like my initial line better.
Nice shot.
And my initial line was still even real far off. Like 2 whole squares off. Good God.
Nice
I thought that was an uphill shot.
Great eagle.
Whew, geez. Okay. Best of luck to you, Game Night, in your match. 100%. Huh. Wasn't expecting those scores. Well, I'm actually first with 44 going into the finals, but I'm not tied, so...
Final round.
Hmm. Now that's a good question. Wow, I'm still surprised the wind took it as much as it did. I put that over like 1.5, but that's a 3-iron too. I mean, I guess where it hit kicked it farther right. So
Nice birdie.
I don't ordinarily hit. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know. I really don't have an ordinary shot to hit there. truthfully, because nothing really seems to want to work out. I guess in that kind of scenario, you do just kind of want to fly it over top and then let the wind blow it back to where it needs to be. Maybe. I don't know. See, and like, the thing is I know CBTV was experimenting with 3-iron on hole 11 and hole 13. I've had success with the 3-iron there, just because kind of see you kind of saw how it, bumped up at it, and had the soft backspin kind of dealy. So kind of sort of looking forward either to just go straight in that way, or like, bounce just past the cup and then use the little backspin as well as the downhill to kind of roll it in there on the left-hand side. At least that was the thought process, I thought. So, clearly didn't succeed in that, considering I underestimated the wind, which was kind of crazy considering I was clubbed up to 3-iron and all that good stuff. But, oh well. Oh yeah, for those of you who need a water break, get a water break. Because that's what I do when the game tells me to take a break. We will take that around here, game night. Also, are you ready? Because I was going to put up another timestamp if you are. Because I am rather enjoying Global at the moment. So let's go at the 32-minute mark. All right, cool. Yep, for anybody that wants to try and get into the same match as me, if you're wondering what the heck's going on and like what Game Night is trying to do as well, and you can totally try yourself. Almost regardless of where you live. I mean, the hour won't be the same, but the time, or I should say the minute should be. So, just take a peek at your minute on your clock, and once it hits the 32-minute mark, or I guess the 02-minute mark, for those places that are, some hours and half hours beyond me or behind me, there you go. You have about 10 seconds, by the way, but there is a delay, so just make sure you keeping an eye on your clock. Let's see if we can finally get game night. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, 100% game night. It's like, that's all that is at this point, and it's kind of a bummer when it just does not work out continually. It's like, I get it, you and me are different ranks, but it's like, I just got a lobby full of all A ranks. I mean, there should be zero reason why I can't get you. What rank are you anyway? I know you, aren't you in the S's? Because I remember, like, having this issue a while ago, but I know for a fact you've gone up in rank. At least. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're S4, man. Like, why in the heck we can't get a game together is beyond me.
Let's go.
Yeah, well, good luck. We swung and missed once again.
Survival golf. The contestants.
See, look at this. I don't have a single other person that's above A rank. Oh, God. So you're stuck in golf purgatory, huh?
Round one.
Usually that's where I am, so I am sorry that you're there. Oh, great. It gave me the far left tee box. That's funny. Alright, well, we'll just have to go the standard way.
Nice shot.
That'll be fine. Yeah, no, I guess they're looking at your skill level versus mine, and they're just like, oh yeah, no way. We can't let game night anywhere close to Nop. Well, two people were, able to take advantage of the Eagle opportunity. I wasn't. Well, okay. I shouldn't say that because obviously I still have a chance at it, but I mean, like, from an easier location is how I should have ended that. Anywho, um, that's fine. We're 100 yards out, so. And I'm going to say it's going to break. Let's put it like right there because of the kick off the hill. Because I'm guessing it's going to do that. And then we're going to.
Nice shot.
Yeah, not quite what I wanted. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, definitely not what I wanted. I thought the 9-iron could make, but I guess it's a little bit more uphill than I thought. So that was a goofy goober moment for me. But that's okay. That's all right. We can still make this. Okay. Told you.
Chipping birdie.
For a second, I thought it was going to continue too far right and we were just going to be done, but hooray, not the case. Thank you, Game Night. I was going to say, unfortunately, it wasn't for Eagles, so it's going to be hard to come back from that. Would have been real nice to get the Eagles like they did, but I really goofed my shot. Should have went with 7-iron immediately and just gone from there, but oh well. So let's see. If they get par on 17 and I get birdie, then that means I'll only be down by 1, and then we'll go from there. But we got 18, so that means we need to get albatross. Easy. It hasn't been 10,000 years since I got an Albie on 18 or anything.
Nice shot.
Well, thank you, Game Night. I will do my best. We just have to judge this appropriately. Which, I mean, hey, we were pretty close last time. I'll take it. So, we'll see if we can actually get the job done this time.
Nice shot.
Wow. The wind take that a lot more than I thought. Holy shit, what the fuck was I aiming at?
Nice on.
How far were we? Jesus. What the hell am I smoking that I thought that was gonna work? Like, I was just like, that should be, I'm thinking that'll be pretty alright. And then all of a sudden it just, wasn't. Okay, so it's gonna go left, and it's gonna hit the thingy, and then it's gonna go right. So the question is can I just leave this straight at it and it'll work? I'm gonna put it just over there just to be safe.
Great eagle.
Man, if I was smoking that good crack, then I would have made that, but no. I'm smoking the bad stuff apparently. The stuff that makes me hallucinate. Makes me think that I'm actually doing something that is meaningful. But as it turns out, no. No, 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 no. Okay, well, we're tied for first now, so woohoo. Exactly, I got me that Fortnite cart or something. Like the gas station special. Like the gas station gas pack or something like that.
Semifinal.
I'm on that illegal galaxy gas type shit. Ooh. Yeah, it's still too hard. Get down. Okay, then my backspin was nowhere. Alright, cool.
Nice one.
Alright. Well, even with me missing that one pretty poorly as well, we're still hanging on. Alright, so my reads are jank right now, clearly. They weren't at the beginning. I don't know what happened. It's like as I play, I'm getting worser, softer, smoother. Yeah.
Nice shot.
Darn, thought we were gonna line up with the wind. Oh well. Wow. Wind still took it more than I thought.
Disappointing.
I clubbed up so much, and then I was just like, alright, 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 alright.
Nice birdie.
Oh god, I'm sorry, game night. Okay. Well, we're in the semis. Okay, hole 2. Again. All right.
Final round.
Ooh, that's a lot of wind. Okay. Hmm. Too far over. Not by much. I will say that. Not by much. Maybe if I hit that a little bit softer, it could have actually been alright. Okay. I was just like, don't, please don't stay over there. Ah, 21. No, fair. Well, 21's better than 19, so I'll take that. Or I would take that, I should say. But alright, woohoo, got the dub. Hooray.
Finish.
Alright, I'll be back momentarily. I just need to go. My roommate apparently was on a rush because they were on their way to work and they forgot to lock the front door. So I'm just gonna just do this really quick and I will be back. Actually, I should put up the be right back screen then, shouldn't I? So yeah, I'll be right back. Just gonna go lock the front door and probably get some more water since I'm up. Okay, I have returned. I've got more water, but I've also got some yogurt with me. Because yogurt sounded good. Anybody got any guesses as to what flavor? I will let you know now, it's Chobani. Because I truthfully was not a yogurt eater for like at all for my life. In fact, the only experience that I can remember with any kind of yogurt product is in, I think it was second or third grade. And I was not a swearer back in the day because my parents didn't, want us to. And truth be told, I really didn't start swearing until I was in college, really. Like late high school, I should say. Early college. But anywho. So a guy that I ended up being like in every homeroom with from kindergarten to 8th grade, he for whatever reason I can't remember why, but he called me a jackass in the lunchroom. And so my instinct at that moment, just because he pissed me off at that, was and just because I didn't think he should be saying that, is I took my Gogurt tube and smacked it over his head, causing Gogurt to well, not just go onto his back, but also onto the ceiling and onto the floor and onto the people behind him. And well, let's just say I got a talking to after that. Honestly, he thought it was funny though. So it all worked out. He was kind of the class clown too, so it all ended up kind of working out anyway. But yeah, and everybody was surprised because I was kind of the quiet kid at that particular moment. Um, and yeah. But anywho, let's continue, shall we? Let's get a timestamp. So let's go at the 53-minute mark. How about that? That's in 1 minute. Yeah, I know. Hard to believe game night, I know. um I mean, truth be told, I was never truly the quiet kid. That was just more learned behavior because I was also always the weird kid. And so I just remember, like, as long back as I can remember, once the friend group stopped, like, how do I put this? It was funny because as a kid, I remember being fine because, we would be going on adventures and playing games and, all that good stuff. And that was fun, that shit hit. But then all of a sudden, when things started changing into, oh, well, now people are just kind of standing around and talking about a bunch of stuff I'm either not allowed to watch, have no interest in watching, or we're talking shit about other people. And I just I don't vibe with that, and I would never really have anything to interject because I just didn't have anything to say about any of that stuff. And so, like I just remember my perspective really starting to change when people would be going to like the pool and everything, like the swim club, and all of a sudden it went from, like doing tricks off the diving board and, playing games in the pool to all of a sudden like hanging out at one of the tables and just like talking. And I was just like, shh. And I'm just like, sheesh, I find this insufferable. And it's just kind of like, so it started there, and then it got confirmed worse because, I mean, the crew that I used to go trick-or-treating with, I just remember my 8th grade year. It might have been my 7th grade year and my 8th grade year. I think it started in 7th grade. was I got invited to a Halloween party, which I was just like, oh heck yeah, let's go freaking trick or treating and all that good stuff, and then blah 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 blah, and well,
Let's go.
we went trick or treating for about 10 minutes at the immediate houses next to the place the party was happening at. And then immediately people wanted to go back to the house and do exactly what I said. Like, no games, now no really candy at this point. And then they just kind of broke off into different groups and just started talking. And I was just like, what is this? And so I was so bored that I actually called my mom using the house phone. Like, I went and found the mom of the house, and it was, again, one of my like friends' moms or somebody in my grades' moms or something like that. Found her so I could use their home phone to call my mom to be like, hey, can you come pick me up? And so she came and got me and dropped me off to go trick-or-treating with my dad, the other dads, because they would swap back and forth every year. It'd be the moms one year, then the dads one year that would take all the kids to go trick-or-treating. So it was the dads this year. And I rejoined them, and my other siblings were kind of done at that point because it was like 8 o'clock. And this was when trick-or-treating was still allowed to go to 9. So I was like, I've got an hour to bang this out and actually get some trick-or-treating in. And so I ended up going real. Oh, geez, I forgot to put backspin on that. Yep, that actually would have been okay-ish with backspin, but now I get a nice fringe shot. Pretty good. Oh, and hey, Zen. I was gonna say I saw you earlier, but missed you. Hold on, let me just make sure that this is right. I can't believe that stayed high. I thought that was good. I was just like, all right, we're good. We're solid. We're straight. But I guess not. But anyway, so I took the hour to absolutely sprint to every house that I could, and I ended up with a bigger haul than I was expecting, and I was just like, yeah, that was so much better than doing what I was doing. Like, by a long shot. I know. We were able to get into one match together, Zen, and then after that, it's just like, I mean, you and Game Night both. For whatever reason, the game has been like, nah, it's not happening, man. Ooh, and you just got back to S8. Heck yeah, nicely done. And yes, you can make this.
Nice shot.
Since it's not directly at us, you can. But, yeah, exactly, Game Night. I was just like, so, yeah, once the party started evolving into that kind of nonsense, I was just like, wow, this has suddenly become inherently boring to me. And since I really didn't have anything to say around the people I was hanging out with, I just kind of stopped hanging out with people. So
Nice shot.
but then I ended up having a bit of a rebound once. Come on, make it. That's not gonna make it. I can't believe that. But I ended up having a rebound once college ended up swinging around, and towards the end of high school, truthfully, because high school I was still kind of like, I started freshman year playing sports and all that good stuff, because at least that was something to do while we were, I guess, talking on the side and whatnot. That's going to be too far. That's also going to be too far. It's still too far. I'm going to say right there. I'm going to say... I can't believe you gave up on me.
Nice of coach.
Well, we might be screwed this game. Let's just say that. Silly mistake on 11. Silly mistake on 12. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we're eliminated round 1. Oopsie doodle. Oh well. Yeah, I was gonna say, and that just kind of also happens, because like high school, I had to turn around, got first ever girlfriend that year, so that was surprising. Um, because like I said, freshman year did sports, and then as it turns out, I wasn't quite good enough to do high school sports. Like, don't get me wrong, I was fine at most things, but once you start getting to a higher level, man, I'm starting to realize things about myself. Once you start making me work extra hard at it, I only have a certain amount of focus that I'm willing to dedicate to it, or can dedicate to it, and then I just kind of lose the plot after a little while, regardless of how passionate I might be about it, because that's just how I am as a person. But yeah, so then, my dad was just like, well, you're either going to play sports or you're going to get a job, so take your pick. And I was just like, well, I don't really think I'm going to be good enough to do sports, so I guess I'll get a job. And I'll post another timestamp. Actually, no, there's no point in posting another timestamp because, you all are probably still playing your game, so I should just play this as quickly as possible. Anywho, and so I was just like, well, job it is. So that's where I got my first job, as being a janitor, and that ended up killing the already little to non-existent social life that I had. I mean, don't get me wrong, I had a couple of guys from the neighborhood that I used to still hang out with a little bit, which was nice. It's just things started to, drift away in high school because, I was the oldest of the three of us. One of us went to a different high school. The other one didn't get into high school until 2 years after I had already been there. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And yeah, work was killing me. I hated doing that, really, deeply and truly. Because it was, I would go to school, and then immediately after school, I would go to another school and do my job until like 6 o'clock, and then get home around 6:30. And I just remember actually being genuinely upset when, because I used to eat dinner with my family every night. And for the first time, it was like, whenever I would get home, it would be like as my mom would be cleaning up dinner. Like everybody would be done, or like everything would already be cleaned up and dark and everything. And my mom would be like, yep, your plate's in the fridge, or something along those lines. And it was just genuinely like soul crushing because, I'm gone for like 12 hours. And it's just kind of like, because you have to leave to get to school at 6:30, you know? And I'm just kind of like, this sucks. And I'm doing that 5 days a week. And then I have the weekends off, but it's just kind of like, yippee.
Nice shot.
And so, that's why my senior year, I was just kind of like, I can't do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. So I worked that job, for 2 seasons essentially. My sophomore year, my junior year. Senior year is when I tried to go out and actually do stuff, which I'm glad I did because I actually did a play, which was Footloose. Only play I ever did, but I had fun in that. I had like 6 parts, and 5 of them, no, 3 of them had one-liners. One of them actually had a bit more dialogue than that, and I actually got like a proper billing. And I was just like, really? I got a billing as a police officer that talks to Ren for 5 minutes? Like, alright, I guess.
Nice shot.
So, wow. Okay, wind really didn't knock that down, like, at all. Like, at all.
Nice on.
Like, I tried to hit that to pin high, and it basically came out at pin high. It's like, okay, I get it. I'm using 7-iron, but, like, you'd think. But whatever. But anyway, you know, that was fun. And that is where I ended up meeting my first girlfriend at the time. That's a funny story in and of itself, but yeah, so had that happen. Ended high school on a pretty spectacular high note too, because like ended up feeling like I actually had a sense of purpose. Well, I shouldn't say sense of purpose, but like, you know, I was being social again. And so I, you know, rode that into college where I just signed up for like everything. Like I actually managed to get into like the pre-program for whatchamacallit. Like it was called Fresh Start. And so you got to go in a week before everybody else to school. You got to move into your room a week before everybody else. So you missed all of like the traffic from that, and basically got, you know, a little bit of an extra start over everybody else a little bit. Like you had a little, like you were able to like tour the campus better, so you had a better understanding of everything. And then when move-in day did happen, we ended up helping everybody else move in. I ended up getting assigned to TVs, and good God, this is gonna make me feel old, but I mean these TVs were already old when I was doing it. But let me calc this really quick. Hold on.
Nice shot.
Trying to go over the top. Did it work? It's gonna be too far right. Yeah. Oh well. It was a good thought.
Nice approach.
But anywho. Ugh.
Nice work.
So these TVs were like the tube TVs with like the waffle on the bottom. And boy, putting those things on my arms and carrying those up 1, 2, or 3 flights of stairs over and over again was brutal. But you know, helping people out and such. And then I ended up doing like the activities programming board and ended up joining a fraternity and blah, 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 blah. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, it occupied my time and it was a lot of fun. Met a lot of fun people. And actually, I got randoms for my roommate freshman year. And they were some pretty great randoms, I must say.
Nice shot.
Like, we had a lot of fun in that room, and it was one of those environments where we also made friends with the room directly across the hall from us, and then the room down below the room across from us. The room directly across from us was a room full of girls, and then the room below them was, it was actually only 2 guys, and they were friends in high school.
Nice shot.
And holy, could they drink. Like, I remember going into their room at one point, and they were trying to make a pyramid from on top of one of their desks to the ceiling with bush cans or just random beer. Although I think it was all bush. just drinking in there a few times. It was. Mm. But yeah, freshman year, and then with APB, the Activities Programming Board, I was able to, like, apparently you have to do like an interview process to get into that, but I just like, I thought it was like anybody was invited, and so I just started showing up to this thing like as a freshman, and after like a few meetings when they had announced that they were going to be doing interviews for new members, I was just like, oh, does that mean I have to interview? Because I never did that. I didn't even know that was a thing. They were just like, bang. uh, that's a good one. So they didn't say bang. I totally did in this moment, but anywho, so they were just like, "Oh no, you don't have to interview. You're already in actually." And I was just like, "Wow, that's crazy. Thanks." And actually because of that, the president of the board actually, and they were other college students, but you know, older, like sophomores, juniors, seniors. I actually got nominated for homecoming court because of my shenanigans that year. I was just like, damn. Because it's like every organization gets to pick a like homecoming court candidate, and for freshmen and sophomores, it was Duke. Yeah, I know. Ooh. But yeah, I got nominated for that. I was just like, what? It's just the moment that they told me that I had to like, I don't know, fill out this form and whatnot and write like a small paper or something along those lines. I was just like, I don't really feel like doing that. Can I just talk to somebody? But no, apparently not. And I felt a bit bad about this, but always been a natural procrastinator, 100%. And especially during school. Like, but yeah, I kind of sort of ended up not doing that, and so I lost my nomination because I didn't submit the form in time, and I was just like, oops, my bad.
Nice shot.
So yeah, oh boy. Well, we're gonna need a variation on tree strat. Actually, I think tree strat will still work just fine. Ooh, maybe. um, well, we're 200 yards out. And it's 33 against us, so we might have to go full drive. Actually, if we just go full spoon, I think it should still work. It's just, how far do I think this is going to put this over? I'm going to say the farthest I can put this over is like there. Never mind, I could have put it way farther over. And as it turns out, it was definitely driver that was needed, but oh well. Oh, actually, is the wind doing what I want? No, because it's gonna break right. Okay, so let's put it. I don't know. Do we want to risk backspinning this? Because like hitting it up at it's not going to be what you would call easy. So I think maybe our best choice is to try and backspin it. So I don't know, like gentle backspin. That's the goal. Wow. Okay.
Nice approach.
I thought it was good.
Nice par.
Bright game night. I thought we might have had that one. I thought that was actually very, very good. It's just, as it turns out, I still sent it too far, and it was, if that would have, I don't know. Either way, it's okay. But oh wow, we got to disconnect. All right, that's fair. Um, but anyway, so freshman year went like so jam packed full of stuff that ended up happening that sophomore year, which I mean, there was also some more contributing factors to all of that nonsense too, for why things ended up going a bit downhill. Grandma dying, girlfriend breaking up with me, like for the first or second time. We ended up breaking up 3 times. Third time was permanent, but um, first time was for like a week and a half or something like that. Second time was for like 2 months or something like that. Then last time was the last time. But anyway, and then when I moved in my sophomore year, because I wanted to live on campus again, the randoms were unfortunately not nearly as cool as the first year. Not that they were bad people or anything along those lines. It's just unfortunately they were all foreign exchange students and English wasn't their first language, and most of them were keeping very much so to themselves. Like, and so I was just like, dang, this is not the vibe I was wanting. But people that I had met at the very beginning of, wow, okay, a little bit of a launch roll, but that's okay. Um, Not enough. And I gave the wind way too much credit. I thought I was, especially clubbing up a 9 iron, but it is what it is. Um, but anyway, so thankfully, I had met some people, and this was, again, back when you used to be able to smoke tobacco on campus. And this was the first time I got introduced to hookah. So there was this random dude that was sitting in the middle of the housing thing that we used to call the vagina because it looked like a concrete one. They called it the eye, officially. But we were hanging out, or well, randomly they was hanging out there, and I was walking back to my dorm room, and this was again within like the first week of my sophomore year, and I was just like, I don't know what that is because I thought it was drugs at first. I had no experience. I hadn't seen that before. And I was just kind of like, how are they just allowed to smoke drugs in the middle of campus? That's crazy. So I ended up stopping and asking about it, like, what is that? I'd never seen it before. And he was just like, well, it's hookah. I was like, yeah, what is it? And he's just like, well, and then he explained the whole process to me. He was just kind of like, so, you know, um, you got shisha, which is flavored tobacco that you put into a bowl, cover with foil, get some coals, throw it on a water pipe, and boom. Oh God, I'm sorry, game night. I did that without thinking while I was rambling about my story. I'm so sorry. I was like my brain ran on the same script as the last game. Since I had failed out of the first game, I was just kind of like, oh yeah, no, I need to just go straight into another game. Ran the same code. I'm sorry, I forgot to delete it and then reboot the normal script. I'm very sorry about that. Sheesh, man, it really goes to show that I am an amateur, huh? Well, hopefully we can get next game, and for anybody else that was trying to get in, as well as you, Zen, if you're still trying to get in, I'm sorry. That was not my intention. Ugh. But anywho, so explain what hookah was, and I was just like, huh, that's really interesting. And they're just like, did you want to try it? And I had only
Nice shot.
like I hadn't really smoked all that much of anything at that point. Like maybe a couple rips off of a cigarette, and then I think some really cheap weed in like a soda can at that point. I don't know. Is this possible with this amount of wind against us? I don't know. It's a good question. We'll give it a shot. We're 155 out, and the wind's against us quite a bit. So that came out way harder than I thought, but actually it might have worked out. Okay, it worked out way, way, way better than whatever power I was going to hit it at. So I'll take it. Um, but anywho, so I was like, sure. And surprisingly, that stuff tasted good and it was real smooth to me anyway. Like way smoother than anything else that I had ever smoked before. And I was like, I didn't realize smoking could be this smooth. And well, that ended up sending me down a slope of where I was smoking hookah for, like, I don't know. How long was it? What year was that? Yeah. Like 10 years. 10 or 11 years. And at my peak, quote unquote, I think I was smoking hookah 8 to 10 hours a day every day. Okay, sorry, not every day. Like 5 to 6 days a week. Which, because, well, spoiler alert, these people that I ended up meeting were really cool, and they told me that they actually ended up having a space in their dorm room. And I was just like, oh man, can I put in an appeal to like switch dorm rooms? And as it turns out, I got in just before the cutoff, and they approved it, which was great. Either, they were all juniors or seniors while I was a sophomore. And so they were of age too, and I wasn't yet. So, well, the room ended up being the party room, which was awesome. So many things happened in that room. But, yeah. Although, as a result of that, my grades ended up slipping and I ended up losing my scholarship. But, that's what option to repeat forms are for. You get 4 of them. I used all 4. But that's what they're there for. That's probably still too hard. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Get down for me? Woo. Okay, I was pretty darn close on the aim. That thing just needed to sneak a little bit farther to the right, and then it might have worked out, but I think it was still a little bit too hard.
Nice hook.
But then junior year rolled around. That year, I regret living on campus because I ended up moving out of like the apartment complex, or not the apartment, but like the dorm room center that I had lived in my freshman and sophomore year for a much worse one. I mean, it was with one of my then fraternity brothers, but then I ended up dropping the fraternity that year too because it was way too expensive. And rather silly in my opinion in the first place. It was just one of those like weak moments where you're a freshman and you get approached and it's like, hey, you get schmoozed. You're just like, you're really cool. What are you doing here? Blah blah blah. Because I randomly showed up to a soccer game and then all of a sudden got approached by this guy and he was just like, why don't you come hang out? Blah 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 blah. And I was just like, oh okay, that sounds neat. And then got the whole like, oh yeah, the fraternity's not about buying your friends kind of thing, you know. And well, let's just say not my vibe. And so, yeah, ended up getting out of that. Which, I mean, thankfully, the guy that I was living with that was still in the fraternity was not a jerk by any means. He was actually super, super cool. But he was also barely in the dorm room because he was doing his getting into acting. And so was going to a lot of that kind of stuff, constantly going to rehearsals and, you know, those kind of things. But, yeah. And how, that was 20, okay, yeah. And then, um, senior year rolled around. That one was just kind of like, it was a very strange year for me. So it was junior year, truthfully. Just towards the end of junior year. Actually, wow. Yeah, 2014 was not a great year for me. Let's just say that. Looking back on it. Let's see here. Yeah. I knew I couldn't really get away with the line that I wanted to, but I really didn't want to hit 3 into that either. So. Ooh, nice putt. But no. The only reason why 2014 wasn't so great because that was the weird incident that I ended up having that changed the trajectory of where I was going at in college because I didn't know what I actually wanted to do with college. I literally delayed it all the way up until my junior year until my advisor was finally just like, you have to pick a major. And I was just like, fine. So I picked education with history as my minor. Because I was just like, yeah, oh, yeah, I've always been told I'd be a good teacher. Why not? Why not? Um, well, and this might be a story for another day, but yeah. So ended up not succeeding at that for a rather specific reason, I guess. Actually, now that I put it that way, and I don't want to be coy about it, and there's no point in being coy about it because it's so much longer after the fact and it doesn't really matter. It's actually like nobody would blame me in that instance because it's ridiculous. And I don't even know why. I was just like, why don't you say it later? But anywho, so what ended up happening was I had to do, you know, it wasn't a practicum at that point. It was like student teaching, except I was just shadowing at that point. It was like step 1 or whatever of like the program, or like not step 1, but like the first time you're actually getting into the classroom and like shadowing. And so I get, you know, the high school that I'm assigned to, get the history professor that I'm assigned to, and all that good stuff. And so proceed to do my whole, you know, like going into school, you know, sitting in class, you know, basically observing. Sorry, let me think about this for just a second. Genuinely, I think that the wind might actually be doing enough in this instance, even with the 3-iron. Actually, when it hits, I don't know. Let's move it a little bit to help it out, and then we'll go like this. Never mind. That I'm surprised that came out as firm as it did. I thought we were hitting that uphill into the wind. Great save. I didn't hit it. I knew I didn't hit it as soon as I hit it, which is always a bummer when you know that. Ooh-ee. Man, Man, good luck in finals. Game night.
Nice pawn.
But anywho. So, you know, we're getting towards the end of you know, the shadowing. And this is like, I don't know, with like a month, 2 months left. I just let, you know, my professor know, hey, well, like the shadowing professor I have. I'm just like, hey, that we're actually all as like a class, like as a college class, going to this one specific school together, so I won't be here for this specific day. And he was like, oh, okay, cool, I'll put that on my calendar. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, wow. Closest to the pin with a full Discord. That's great. Man, that means that you all are waiting for me, and then I went like a scumbag. Like I said, I'm sorry. It was not intentional. Okay, we got basically the same scenario before, and I remember putting it about there and then barely making it. So let's put it like right there. And hit it to right about there.
Nice shot.
But, yeah, okay, cool. I remembered last time and hit it better. But anywho. Oh, wait, who's Anderson? I'm not familiar. I'm assuming obviously somebody else from the Discord, so. But, alright, let's go. Okay, what would you prefer?
Nice shot.
It still might be a little... No, actually, that's going to be pretty alright. If my backspin brought it back, come on now. I actually was just like, ooh, that's a really good line. Come on, backspin, let's see it. And then it just kind of didn't. But, oh well. Oh, new guy, huh? All right. Well, heck yeah. All right, cool. And I just got done with. Ooh, and you won that. Heck yeah. Nicely done, game night. I'm sure your rank ended up appreciating that. Hey, and I also won. I brought it back and took it by 1 whole point. How about that?
Finish.
Ooh, nice. Halfway to S6. We take that. Oh, hey, Zen. Oh, and hey, ads. Oh, jeez, you start... Oh, and anybody that needs a drink break, take it now, because that's what I'm doing. But, Oh, I didn't realize you had started streaming. That's crazy. And yeah, I don't blame you. One of the audio is one of the things I had to figure out, too. But, heck yeah, nicely done. But... Wait, did I say Zed or Zen? If I said Zed, my bad. But Zen, that's really cool. I wish you best of luck with that. And you got this. And hello, ads. And yeah, I know. It's just I've been streaming for a while, and I'm just kind of like, you know, it sounds fun. So we'll see if I live to regret that decision or not. But all right, is everybody ready, by the way? Because if so, let's go ahead and go at the 35-minute mark. Don't you worry, game night. I got it. 35 is in like 30 seconds, so I hope everybody's ready. If not, we can make it 36. See, and ads, I think the game plan is I'm going to try and play as much golf as I possibly can, but I do have some other things on the docket. Actually, I've got quite a few other things on the docket, just, you know, to mix it up, but also at the same time, I kind of want to see just how long I can golf for. But also at the same time, it's like I know that I eventually will get tired of it, especially considering, you know, the standing, sitting, all that good stuff, and the swinging of my arm. Since I don't play with one hand, I play with two, because that's just how I do it. Oh, we got Lily. Okay.
Golf.
I was going to say, I don't know if we got anybody else, though, which is a bummer.
Here we go.
Yeah, we tried. We tried. Really sucks it didn't work out, though.
The contestants.
But good luck in your game. Good luck. And good luck everybody else.
Round one.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, if I could learn how to sit down and play with one hand, that would probably be mucho beneficial. But, yeah, at the current moment, I am still a standy boy. Standy two-handy. What's our distance? 135. Then this should be good. Eh, it might be a bit firm. Actually, no, never mind. No, it was. Yeah. If it was just a little bit lighter, I feel like that would have actually been the number.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, I figured because it's like even the whole stream setup sounds more chill. Like I could actually use my, you know, fancy schmancy lazy boy that I got from my grandfather as a gaming chair instead of my rolly chair. Don't get me wrong, like rolly chair, but like I got a whole freaking lazy boy behind me that I can't even use because I decided to play a game where I have to get up and like stand and get down and all that good stuff. It's not good for mobility, let's just put it that way. Oh, but anyway, the student teaching thing. Actually, hold on. I can put this here and we'll be good.
Nice shot.
But, ooh. Okay, never mind. We made it. Sheesh. I thought we were hitting that tree smack dab in the center. And I was just like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Nice shot.
Ooh, get down for me. Kinda did. I was just fearful that I was gonna underhit that somehow, but I definitely managed to overhit it. If you couldn't tell. But hey, it's okay. It's a 30-footer, but, you know, we can make it. Oh, ahoy, Ari. Not too bad. Oh no, 100% ads. Like most of the time, that pine tree absolutely smacks the shit out of me, and I've got no chance. But the fact that that thing let me through, I don't know what I did. I don't know what kind of blessings I received today, but hey, we'll take it. But yeah, I hope you're doing all right, Ari. We're here. Like I said, I don't know. Been kind of a weird day, so that, and I decided to go on a bit of a ramble about did a bit of college experience. Sheesh, no, that's fair game night. That is awful late. Um, but wow, that's a lot of wind. That means I could just do this.
Nice shot.
almost a little questionable with that, but we're fine though. Although trying to run it up at it might be also questionable. So yeah. That came out undersent. For what I wanted anyway. But as it turns out, it was actually way better play. Man, it really is kind of a bummer when that kind of stuff's happened. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, not complaining about the positive result, but it's more like, wow, as it turns out, I would have been totally wrong. So I'm glad that my screw up was good. Ooh, nice. I was gonna say it is quote unquote the weekend here as well. It's just that I work tomorrow, but I am off on Sunday, so yippee. Um, but anywho, student teaching thing. So didn't think much of that interaction with the whole like, oh yeah, just letting you know I'm not going to be at class for this reason. Cool. Next, the next week rolls around, and it's just a normal day. Blah blah blah. And before class starts, one of the girls in the class is asking if anybody has a Tide Pod, or not a Tide Pod, a Tide Stick, because she had a stain on her sweatshirt from lunch. Well, as it turns out, since I ate lunch right before I got there, I got just a little bit of barbecue sauce on my dress pants because you had to dress fancy for when you went to go student teach, and I hadn't even thought about it until she had asked for the Tide Stick. And so after she was done, I was like, oh, hey, before, because she had to go like all the way to another classroom to get that from another teacher. And so I was just like, oh, hey, before you take that back, can I snag that from you? And, sure, absolutely. Get the stain off. Don't think anything about it. Give the stick back. And then, we go about our business and, blah, blah, blah. So, sorry, let me think about this shot for just a second. You know, I thought that was gonna be it. And it almost was. But anywho. So that was on a Friday, a Thursday, I can't remember. I only did student teaching 2 or 3 days a week. Either way, it was, until next week when I was going to be there next. And at this point, it's the second last week or the third last week, one of the two. I'm pretty sure I only had 4 more times I had to be at that school. Not including the day that I was showing up that I'm about to describe. So technically, I had that day, which was supposed to be the 5th day, and then 4 more days after that, and then I was done. So, I get there, and I have to sign, like, a time clock and everything to get in, and it's at, like, the front desk with the office ladies. And when I get in there, where I'm supposed to write my time, somebody has wrote to fill up the entire section, "See me." And I was like, what's that about? And so I asked the office ladies, I was just kind of like, hey, do you know who wrote this here? And they're just like, oh yeah, that was the principal. He wanted to see you when you got here. And I was just like, yeah, all right. Okay. I had no idea what was going on, so, I go into the principal's office, and sure enough, it's him and my teacher. Not my college teacher, mind you, but this is like the high school principal that I'm the high school teacher that I'm shadowing. And so he was just kind of like, hey, probably wondering why I called you in here, blah, blah, blah. I just want you to explain what had happened on this particular day. And I was just like, oh, well, what? Like, I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly, like, was there any specifics about it or anything along those lines? And, hold on. Let me think about this for half a second, see if we can actually make this. Wow, I can't believe that ended up blipping like that. Woo, almost cooked that. That would have been really a bummer. But, anywho. So he was just like, well, it was the day with the Tide stick. And I was like, oh. And he was like, yeah, can you just explain from start to finish what had happened that day? And it's specifically in regards to that. And I was like, okay. So I explained the situation as I explained it to you all. Got barbecue on my pants while I was at lunch. Somebody in the class had borrowed a Tide stick. I asked to borrow it. And, gave it back. But that's about it. And he was just like, well, due to the nature of, like, where the stain was, which, as it turns out, was on my left leg about mid-thigh, if I had to guess. Like, on the top of my leg. He said due to the nature of where it was and how the students saw you removing the stain, which was me just going behind my desk and, removing the stain. But as it turns out, the students started making jokes about what the stain could have been and if I was, like, whacking it or not. Which, funny joke, high schoolers, it is what it is, whatever. Not really thinking much of it, but I'm also, like, wondering why he's bringing it up. And he says, due to the nature of all of that, and, jokes like this we take pretty seriously, and we don't want that kind of stuff getting spread around, yada yada, blah blah blah. Long story short, we don't want you back here at the school. And I was just like, what? Like, and then I explained, I was just like, I only have 4 classes left here that I have to shadow. And then I'm done. And then I'm not back here anymore. So, I'm assuming you mean after I get done with my course, right? And then they tried to bring up the whole, I also apparently skipped class, even though that was the day that I told my, high school shadowing teacher. And by the way, do I need to put another timestamp? Let me know. Oh, well, actually, it is about 10 minutes before the shotgun tournament's supposed to start. I was thinking about maybe joining in on that, not gonna lie. It's in 10 minutes, so it wouldn't really make much sense to hop into another global round. Do I feel like playing the shotgun right now? I don't know. But, I mean, I'd have to sign up for another day, and I don't know if I'm going to feel like playing tomorrow or Sunday. And I'm already playing right now. So, I mean, like, you know what? I think I will end up playing in the shotgun. Why not? Yep, and thank you, Ari. Don't worry. Posture's nice and straight. But anywho, let me hop over to the Discord really quick and see what the heck's going on. Who all is playing tonight anyway? Okay, there's a decent number of people playing this evening. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, 11 people in total. I mean, yeah, why not? We'll just sign up. But anyway, and actually, while we're getting everything ready, I guess I'll do this really quick, and then we'll just do this while we're waiting. But anywho, so I was just like, so I assume after, I finish up, and, then they ended up bringing up the whole, like, apparently I'd skip class, and I was like, no, I totally told you about that, blah, 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 blah. And they were just, it was just a very strange conversation in general. And they said, well, we'll talk to your professor. And I was like, okay. And my professor was literally the dean of the education department. So they end up having a chat, and so my teacher / dean of the education department wants to meet me at 8 a.m. the next day, which I'm just like, oh, that's great. That's fine. I'll get up at, that early, drive all the way to college, and then go in for a meeting. So we get in the meeting, and actually, let me just go ahead and maybe I should. Oh, okay. Fair. I guess I'm just gonna wait and see what everybody else is doing, since I literally just jumped into the last minute. Anywho, so I have a meeting with her, and because the whole thing with the other high school is weird, they said that they weren't gonna bring up the whole, like, Tide stick incident, and they were just gonna focus on the, like, me missing class that one time kind of dealy. And I was like, that's confusing as hell, but they apparently were, like, doing it to apparently quote unquote save face, their face and mine. That's what they were saying, and I was like, all right, whatever. So she had no idea about this, and then she was wondering why why she had been contacted by them, and then she told me straight up that she was told that they do not want me back. And I was just kind of like, okay, that's ridiculous. And then I ended up just like spilling the beans on the whole situation. I was like, look, so this is the whole thing that ended up happening. Um, and actually, why don't I just host a room? Why not? All right. Okay, cool. But anyway, so I ended up explaining the whole situation, and she just seemed like she was kind of confused by the whole thing, like I was. But she was like, okay, I'm going to call them back, and, we're going to have, a discussion about everything. And then we'll go from there. And I was like, okay. So then she says that I have another meeting with her at 8 a.m. the next day. And I was just like, well, okay. So I go back in again. And she tells me after all of that they still didn't want me back. And I was just like, okay, so considering I have technically 4 more classes to shadow, like, what would you like me to do? Like, should I just write a paper? Should I, like, are you just going to say that's good? Because I only needed like 4 more days of this, and it was literally like the equivalent of like 4 hours worth of time, all that good stuff. And, she said, well, it's too late for me to place you in another school, so I have no choice but to fail you. And I was stunned to like, I, so my brain was screaming, you're telling me that I did all of that work and I'm not going to be allowed to finish this stupid thing because of a barbecue stain on my pants? And at that moment, I was just like, if this is the kind of arbitrary bullshit that this is going to put me through, and I'm barely getting into this field, then I want absolutely nothing to do with this field. And so, after her trying to make it seem like it was my fault, even when she was trying to bring it back up, being like, oh, well, you should have emailed him when you said that we weren't going to be here for the thing. And I was just like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was an adult. And I told him face to face. And I saw him write it on his calendar, on his desk. So I have no idea what he did with it, whatever the fuck he just wrote. But, well, it just seemed like 0 people were rooting for me in that particular situation. And so, long story short, that's how I like to say I got out of the education program at college because, well, I had a barbecue stain on my pants. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. So yeah, 2014, not a great year because that happened that year, and then also the first, and then also longtime girlfriend that I had had at me broke up with me later that year, like literally the month that I had turned 21. We made it to the end of that month, and then we ended up going to an anime convention together, and she already had another guy. And as it turns out, while I was, down, and we were in the same room together, and she wanted, God, that was a weird. Anyway, that was no bueno. Um. Anywho, yeah, it was a time. Let's just put it that way. 2014 was a time. Anywho, let me go ahead and post this into Discord too. Sorry, we're just waiting on people to populate for the tournament match that's happening here in a moment. So All right, cool. Well, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, including me is 5, so it should be one more person. And then we'll be good. Right, exactly, Ari. Exactly. Like all of that over a barbecue stain. So it's wild to me. And the funny thing about all of that is it was black dress pants, so it wasn't really noticeable. I only really knew that it was there. But like in truth be told, if I had somehow managed to stick around in the education department, I'm pretty sure I would have crashed out anyway. And so I'm actually kind of glad my destiny got changed because of that fateful day, because I ended up not doing that, not hating my life, and then pivoting into something else. And, the trajectory went a whole different way. But, oh well. Oh, hey, Diego. What's going on? Good to see you. Oh, and hey, Ike. How goes? I was going to say, let's go ahead and switch back to this. Oh, and we got Spice as well. Heck yeah. I did hit the right thing, right? Yeah, I did. Awesome. All right, cool. Well, we've got our flight together because, I mean, should we just get started then? Because it's supposed to be 12 people on this flight. And we've got 6. So I think maybe we should just rock it. Because, I mean, it is 9 o'clock, too. This is what time the flight was scheduled for. So, oh, hello, AP. Good to see you. I was going to say, I'd love more people on the flight, but then I wouldn't feel like it'd be fair if we had a flight of 8 and a flight of 4. So I feel like we got to split it in half. So... Well, if AP joins, we would do a lobby of 7 and a lobby of 5, which, I mean, really isn't that bad either, but... No, I appreciate that, Ike. I do actually definitely need a drink. Okay, cool. It's just because Cress and AP are on the same team. And if EK Spice is also on the same team, then that'll be fine. No, I appreciate that, Ike, especially considering I wasn't even sure if I was even going to be playing, so. But yeah, I guess once we get AP, we should probably just rock this house, huh? Because after that, well, yeah. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it, Ike. Yeah. Unless I forgot what I was saying that led to that answer, and if I just ended up thanking you for something that you're just like, why did you thank me? It was you. I was answering this, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. That's my mistake. Okay. AP, you good? Are you joining us, or are you joining the other lobby? I just want to make sure. Oh, yeah, there you go. So I was right. So it's you, Cress, and AP. So that's fine. I mean, I don't mind having... Oh, well, hello. I do rather like that name. Suave Cats GG. Heck yeah. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that out of you for that. Thank you so much. You also made Bar bigger, and Bar always appreciates that. So thank you so much for that as well. But yeah, sorry. I really dig the name. And there we go. We got AP. So let's go ahead and rock it with what we got, because if we accept one more, then we're going to end up going over. Should we ping the others before we start, or should we just go because obviously we can't hold everybody else? But then again, everybody might not show up, and so I'm also conflicted by that. Oh, Emmanuel is just one game. Okay. I mean... Oh, geez. Okay. See, I have no idea. So I was just going with whatever. So my bad. Oh, and thank you, Suave Cat. I appreciate that. I was gonna say I'm just, you know, I'm glad people can enjoy it. But anyway, good luck, everybody. Good luck. And yes, indeed, Ari, bigger bar. Bar is getting gains for wintertime, which is pretty darn nice.
Here we go.
All right, I hope we're not being goofs here and sending too early. But, I mean... See, that I was just like, wow, you and Cress ended up being teammates in Shotgun and in World Cup? Nice. Sorry, also trying to finish my yogurt here before it gets warm, because warm yogurt's not great. There we go. All right. Time to play some golf.
Nice shot.
Oh, boy. All right. Neck crack, neck crack. How far are we? 100 yards. So... let's put it there. Wind's with us a little bit. Nah, I think that it was actually the line. I just didn't hit it hard enough. That probably needed to be more like, you know, up the halfway up the one dot. But I mean, we'll take it. It wasn't a bad approach by any stretch of the imagination.
Nice birdie.
Ooh, Cress. I figured some people were going to get the Eagles there, 100%. Oh, it was just Cress. Okay. Very nice, Eagle Cress. Could I have gotten that with an iron easier? Maybe. Did I want to hit driver anyway? 100%. So, boom. 0 wins. Okay. I'm pretty sure it is... and I can't remember if box position affects this or not. I think we're in, like, quote-unquote neutral box position for this. I feel like maybe that would be a good terminology for, you know, this nonsense where it's like, are you in a neutral tee box? Are you in the left tee box or the right tee box? And very nice hole-in-one, Taylor. Very nice. That is precisely what I wanted. I just don't know if it's what I needed. Okay, it worked out. How about that? That was not how that was supposed to work at all. As soon as I saw that hit the fringe, I was just like, oh no. But we'll take the luck. Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Ari. Appreciate it. That was a wild way to get a hole in one, that's for freaking sure. And thank you, Ike. Appreciate. Like I said, not how I drew it up. But nice one as well, Taylor. We will take the home ones. And now we join Cress up in the promised land. Ooh, winds actually look... I don't think they're as beneficial as I thought.
Nice shot.
I probably should have left that where it was. Would have been in a better spot for potential uppies. Maybe that worked. I don't know. I think we should probably have been more where, like, Terrence was. Although it's that pin, so we weren't really getting uppies regardless, I don't think. So.
Nice shot.
Not going to try and mess around with that. Just going to try and end up in the bunker and get a nice chip on it. Or we cleared the bunker. I mean, same difference for the most part, but... Okay. So, to account for the wind, we're going to put it right there. And then we're going to hit it right here. I can't believe that was not hard enough and did that. That's actually disgusting. Because, truth, like, it's usually dead aim. So I was thinking, okay, I'm going to put a little bit to the left to account for the wind, and then we're going to be good. I can't believe it did that. Like, that was just mean. And truthfully, I mean, nope, not going to say nothing. Okay, Taylor actually had the gumption to put some oomph on that. Everybody else somehow ended up short. It's just the rest of us were thinking, oh, hey, is, you know, it gonna run up with the wind? And the wind just kind of said, nah, not really. So Taylor's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna jam this thing down the throat and we'll be good. So nicely done, Taylor. All right. Well. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, so over this distance. I honestly think that's going to be fine. That was undersent. When I flicked my hands down, I felt it immediately. Please don't have a lot of backspin. All right, cool. We got away with it on that one just because of the very weak. Wow, very nice hole in one, Cress. As soon as I saw that thing go up there, I was just like, whoa, that was great. Oh, and hello, Dylan, and thank you. I appreciate it. And I did not see what happened to Emmanuel, and I'm genuinely sorry to see the par. Two home. Wow, okay, Taylor's going off right now. 2 home ones. Very nice to Taylor and to Cress. Okay, when working with us a little bit.
Nice shot.
That should be all right. Actually, hold on. There you go.
Nice shot.
Yeah, I didn't think we quite had the chutzpah to get all the way up, but worth a shot. But ahoy, Dylan. If you didn't hear me before, sorry there was ads. But thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see how it goes. All right, so I'm gonna say that needs to be farther, especially at the wind like that. Not much. All right. Wait. Yeah. Wow, that sucks. Yeah, I hit that a little firm, so I mean it wasn't gonna work out regardless. But if I hadn't hit that so hard, maybe.
Nice birdie.
Oh, and good. I'm glad you're back as well, Zen. And okay, cool. I wasn't sure, Dylan. It's hard to tell with the accursed ads sometimes. But 8765543. I don't actually remember. I lost it after that. Oh God, I'm sorry, Zen. Well, hey, it was your first shot, and you know, if you keep giving it a crack, I'm sure you got this. Because if somebody like me can figure it out, you can definitely figure it out.
Nice shot.
I just need to figure it out better because I would like to improve my stream quality as well. Just, you know, certain things. Okay, we're 185. Wind is with us a little bit. Ooh, be good. No. I could tell. That's why I started saying no. That was so good, and then it just kept going right, man. Oh, that sucks. Oh, and hey, Joe. Good to see you. Although, damn, hell of a message to come in with. Not like a, hey, good luck or anything. It's a don't choke. Man, Joe coming in here straight brutal.
Nice birdie.
I thought you were my friend, Joe. You're good. I was just like, damn, okay. I almost choked that putt thinking about not choking. Hey, it's a good hey, and we summon Satan. We always take that. But hey, but we take that, Ike. Doesn't matter how you got there, but you got there. Oh jeez. That's a lot of trees. No, no, I know, Joe. And I appreciate it. Although, wow, that ended up causing a lot more discussion than I was expecting. I just kind of let it go because, it looked like you and Zed kind of had the whole thing. I wasn't going to make a stink about it. I was just kind of like, oh, hey. I was just wondering why the leaderboard was scored this way because, most leaderboards that I see kind of do it like this way. But, like, I totally understand. But yeah, so thanks for the whole restructure and putting in all that effort. I appreciate you. And hey, your record's back on the board too, and that's pretty cool. And I don't think it like delegitimizes anything, truthfully. I mean, there's still a limit to how many is going to go on the leaderboard because, that's the point of like a top 10 or top 20. But like, you know. But all right, let's see here. I'm going to hit this. I don't know if that was hard enough. I think I wussed out. I did wuss out. That was absolutely the line.
Nice approach.
I knew what the line was too because I missed it just barely, and was watching that clip from like last stream, and so it's just like, okay, just get the speed right.
Nice birdie.
Oh yeah, no, you did totally fine, Joe. I get it 100%. Yeah, I was gonna say, who would have thought that that the server would get to, over 2,000 people. I hadn't really thought about it, truthfully. I just kind of joined the Discord server and then didn't really think about it again after that. But it is kind of crazy considering it's like, it certainly has changed quite a bit. The golden age, though, huh? I was gonna say, if we're doing it like comic books, where it's like the golden age, the silver age, and all that good stuff. I was gonna say, what age are we in now? What do you all think? I was gonna say, I truthfully don't have a name for it. Let's see. All right, let's go over that.
Nice shot.
Nah, still not enough credit. At least it wasn't a bad shot. Ooh, shoosh.
Nice.
If that one didn't have quite as much zip, that one might have actually been pretty darn good. It just comes tearing back down that hill.
Nice birdie.
The under 20 age? Are you saying the average age of the Discord server is that young? Or are you saying the average score for minus 18 holes now is 20 under? Ah, very fair, very fair. Ah, yes. I was going to say, I've apparently been a member of the server since the 4th day. So it officially opened on January 29th, if I recall correctly, and I became a member on February 3rd. Technically, I got invited on... I actually got invited by Rohan before the server was open, because Rohan happened to catch me streaming in early January, since my first stream was like January 9th. But yeah. So he got me streaming on Twitch, which is like, hey, I'm thinking about starting this Discord server if you'd be interested in being a part of it, since, you know, you're playing the game and you seem really cool. And I was just like, well, I don't know about the second part, but I appreciate the invite. um, but yeah, and I didn't have a Discord at the time. I had never downloaded Discord, actually. Actually, no. Change that. I had downloaded Discord like literally a couple months before that, for another reason. And it was the first time and I was like, oh, wait, I just figured out how to do that. So yeah, but then I had to figure out how to make a new account because obviously I didn't want to use my, regular account. So I decided to go with, you know, currently Noptouch ones. So, yeah. And then when Rohan ended up inviting me and I ended up joining, it was so small at that point. Like, I think 7 or 8 people. I just remember seeing the very earliest messages. That's maybe a little bit too much. Let's go there. Not hard enough. But we're in a good spot. That's what I was hoping for. I just didn't want to be back and on the hill having to make some stupidly weird putt. So if I was going to miss, that's where I wanted to miss. And I cannot believe I fucking cooked that putt. Like, I'm playing fine, not really thinking about much, and then you're telling me I hit a fucking 7-footer too hard, and that's how I get a fucking par. Yeah, god damn it. Ooh, man, it is really interesting seeing everybody's joined date, because, yeah, some of us have been here for a while, some of us have been here recently, but either way, it is very interesting seeing everybody. Oh no, I 100% agree, Dylan, but I'm just still fucking pissed that it was because of fucking putt. Like, I lay it up in a good spot, finally, like, I'm just like, okay, cool, we're doing good. I'm not really thinking about it, I'm having a good time, and then that fucking happens, and I immediately get fucking angry. Because I'm just like, why? But anyway, so I joined the Discord server, and I just remember, let me see here. I actually remember, I don't know why I have this in my brain, but, and this person is still a, fucking admin. Oh, wait. Holy shit, no, they're not. Never mind. I don't know what happened to them. I guess they got removed. I guess they finally left the server. That's crazy. Because I just saw the admin list got updated. But wow, they were part of the Discord server since the very beginning, and now I don't see them on there anymore. That's crazy. But it was, like, Dumbo or Dum Dumbo or something like that. I can't quite remember. But I just remember when they, like, it was, like, the first day I was on, and they were just like, oh, hey, can I have admin? And then I never saw them again. Like, really didn't play the game or anything along those lines. Nothing. And I was just like, whoa. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Like, they obviously had their role, and, we're in it all the way up until, I guess, recently. But yeah, crazy. Nope. Gave the win too much credits. Oh no, like I don't think they were actually still doing stuff, I'm pretty sure, but like
Nice birdie.
Dumbo. Okay. Thank you, Joe. I figured you would remember. Oh, okay, so he has been missing. I got you. That's a shame, because yeah, that was one of the OGs. Like, literally, they were one of the first, like, 6 people in the server. Oh, yeah, no, I get it. You gotta deactivate the, like, dormant accounts so that nobody can take advantage of it. I get it. Oh, jeez. Me and admin? Oh, boy. It's kind of funny because I remember asking Rohan about that forever ago. Like 2 years ago, it was maybe when, like, because I've also been sheltering people into the Discord ever since the beginning. Not because I was asked to, but just because I genuinely like the Discord. Like, if you go back and listen to a bunch of my streams, usually, and I usually say the same thing over and over again, it's like, hey, if you are interested, you should join the Discord. It's not mine, so I'm not like self promoting or anything, but if you, want to meet a bunch of great people and play golf on a regular basis, I would recommend joining the Discord server. How many people have joined the Discord server due to that? I have no idea. But like, it is really neat when people are just like, yeah, thanks, I'll go check that out. And then they just end up. It is funny because some of them that have joined have absolutely gotten to the point where they are way better than me. And I just always find that hilarious because I'm just kind of like, yep, you saw me playing and just like, wow, this is interesting. And then I was like, yeah, you should join the Discord server. And then immediately just transcend. And I'm just like, nice. Very nice. Congratulations. Man, everybody else in the lobby is probably just like, man, will he shut up and just play? And I'm just kind of like, I'm sorry, this is just what I do.
Nice approach.
Oh, it's all right, Joe. It was just kind of funny because at the time, it's like I had messaged Rohan privately, and I think it was like, here, I could actually tell you specifically because I have Discord pulled up. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Okay, so I asked for admin on October 1st, 2023. And I remember like thinking about asking, but then got too nervous because I was just like, well, what do I know about being an admin? I don't really know anything about Discord, and I don't think I'd be inherently helpful. So, like, what would I be an admin for? Because,
Nice shot.
I don't want to just be like a dead weight admin or anything. I don't know what the responsibilities are. So, I just was like, but I was just like, you know what? I'm going to ask anyway. Why not? And, Rohan was he was very nice about it. He was just like, yeah, sorry, we have enough admins at the current moment. And I was like, oh no, you're totally fine. I just figured I'd ask. Sorry. Let me hit this really quick. Very nice, Ike. Very nice. And I undersend the fuck out of that. That's really annoying. Because that's supposed to be, that is my pin. Like, I know exactly what to do in that scenario. And I hit it a couple times outside of a really disappointing lip a couple weeks ago. But, like, I was so confident in that. And then all of a sudden, oh boy, whoever's lip that was also very painful. And then I immediately just absolutely fuck up the power. That's really annoying. Oh god, that was Cress. I'm sorry, Cress. But yeah, very, very nice to Ike with the Albie. Oh no, I do not blame you at all for that, Joe. I was gonna say, cause yeah, it's like I don't know, but yeah, and then after that, I just kind of haven't sort of thought about it. You know, I saw new admins come and new admins go and all that good stuff, and I was just kind of like, oh, okay, that's awesome. And it was definitely people that had either been around for a while or had obviously really been, dedicated to the Discord, and then yeah, I got told that it was like a nomination process, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I had no idea. But yeah, I was gonna say. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I guess like what would entail the whole admin status thing? Ooh, does that mean I'd be able to host my own tournament finally? Because I've actually been wanting to do that for a minute too. I guess I could have done that independently, but I want to do it in co op with the Discord server, not against it. And I mean, I guess you don't have to be an admin to run a tournament, but I guess it makes things easier. Anywho.
Nice shot.
Nah, not hard enough.
Nice on.
Yes, exactly. The top-notch ones. But that I actually kind of like that. Like that's a good one. I was trying to come up with a very similar pun or title for the tournament, truthfully. Like the top notch classic or something like that. And I'm just kind of like, man, people are gonna hate saying the tournament name, and then I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry, I kind of did that intentionally. um, just to be a goop, but interesting. Another rank tournament, huh? I was gonna say, I think I participated in both of the previous ones, I believe. I was gonna say, I don't see why I wouldn't be playing in them, Joe. As long as I'm playing this game, I feel like I'm just gonna try and participate in almost as many tournaments as I can. Just because A, what else am I doing? B, tournaments are fun, and C, you know, people enjoy it. Same here, obviously. So ooh, sweet. Okay. I didn't know that either. That would be pretty cool. Truthfully, it's like just because I'm not really on my phone too terribly much. I know some people can hop on Discord and be on there like all day, every day, all that good stuff. And again, that's not me shading. That's just me merely explaining the difference between me and some other people because it's like that's why I feel like I miss out on a bunch. But like also at the same time, it's like, you know, I also just don't want to be on my phone that much. So, and I've never really been like a texter kind of person. I've always been like, that's why I never shut up on stream. But like, you never hear a peep out of me on the Discord server because I'm just not a typer slash texter.
Nice shot.
That might have been a bit too firm. I really need to stop and like, yeah, no, it was. If Jeez. Okay. Clearly, I'm not 100% focused right now. The only like I could have actually played a much better game at this point if I had actually like focused up, but my brain, like I said, it's been a bit scattered today. It's been a bit of a weird day. And rather I got some rather depressing news earlier and I was just like I kind of want to do something to take my mind off of it, but I don't know if making me focus on something so hard was actually helpful or hurtful. Um, but you know, it is what it is. And yeah, not a good idea to backspin it at it. We're gonna have to chip it at it and see if we can finagle this. Yeah. I could tell it wasn't high enough from the moment I hit it, but you know, I was hoping.
Nice birdie.
Oh yeah, have a good night, Ari. Appreciate you for stopping out, seriously. And get some rest, enjoy your sleeps. And yeah, that's another good one, Dylan, the Noptational. I actually do like that. Man, you all coming up with some good names. I appreciate you all. If I end up using either of those names, if I ever host a tournament, I'm going to have to credit you both. Be like, hey, these were not my names. Well, I guess my name's in the title, kind of, but it wasn't my creation.
Nice shot.
Okay, so we still have a decent score. So, like, we can still put something together here, and I'd rather put together something than nothing. So, let's see if we can, like, clutch out the last few holes with some rather impressive shenanigans, huh? So. Speaking of, very nice Emmanuel with the eagle. See, that's the kind of energy I need. Okay. And that was under cent. Maybe not. No. If that was sent a little further, it might have been okay. But wow, okay. Another eagle by Taylor. Sheesh.
Nice birdie.
I was going to say, great eagles. Okay. Oh, gee. Oh, actually, no, we're fine. Totally go for cut through here.
Nice shot.
Ooh, we got the launch roll. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's really going to help us all, but I mean, we'll take it. It almost got us in line with the wind, but I think I actually know what I want to do here to make this work. It's going to be a little something like that, and it's going to be a little something like that. Yes! Ha ha! A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it. And thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Oh, damn. Sheesh. Terrence ended up getting screwed there again. Oh, no. Yeah, you're not kidding, Ike. I agree. Let's see what Taylor's got. Oof. It was close. I was very happy that I ended up getting in line with the wind as I did, so that I think ended up making everything go my way. But hey, all right, like I said, we're trying to clutch it out in the last couple holes, and getting an eagle on 16 is definitely going in the right direction. If we can somehow finagle this into like a minus 21, I would be happy. So we'll see if we can get it there. That means birdie eagle. We can do that. That's a good point. Because I would totally do that if Aiden would be down. And then I know Sensei and I had talked about doing something, but I'm not sure what. So, yeah. I would be down. And plus, since it's winter time, the whole reason why I was, because obviously, if you can't tell, I rather enjoy doing stuff outside when I have the ability to. So when it's nice outside, I go on vacations and stuff like that. And, going on road trips and stuff. But yeah, during the winter time, I really don't do anything. So, so more time to dedicate to this. Let's see here. Okay. And then with the wind being the way it is, I'm pretty sure we could just full send this.
Nice shot.
Oh, be good. Nope. Just a little bit too far over. Dang. I don't know if we could get it better than that, because when it hits that hill, I'm just not sure. But we'll take it. I mean, there's the birdie on 17, so.
Nice birdie.
Oh, well, thanks, Joe. I was going to say, and like, I've seen some other people. Oh, wow, nice birdies, everybody. Heck yeah. We love it when we see all birdies on 17, 100%. But yeah, I've seen some other streamers do this where they have like everybody in voice chat, but it's like you can see it through everybody's stream. Wow, okay, well, we couldn't have gotten much of a worse scenario here. That's for sure. All right, pretty sure I can aim right there, and then I'll be fine. Yeah, because the wind's gonna stop us from getting up.
Nice shot.
Yeah, that'll be just fine. Actually, better than fine. We got real close. But yeah, I've seen, and again, it's just somebody else that I happen to know that I saw doing this, and I was like, oh, that seems really neat. I'm gonna play this safe and go right there.
Nice shot.
Okay, cool. We played it safe for good reason. And no AP. And Terrence. Jesus. Absolutely brutal from hole 18. I am going to go 9 here just to cut under the wind a bit. We're going to aim it right here. And we're going to try and roll this sumbitch up there. You feel me? Okay. Wow. I even needed to hit the 9. Wow, nice. I even needed to hit the 9 iron harder. Of course, it ends up being a shitty hole 18 that stops me from the minus 21, you jerk. Well, darn, if we hadn't have done those silly screw-ups when we weren't paying attention, that actually could have been a pretty decent game, like a minus 22. Maybe even a minus 23. But my brain is clearly not all here. So, and nice putt, Ike. But yeah, so sorry about that for anybody that's just kind of like, hey. Yes, GG's. I'm going to take a screeny. GG's all. All right, heading back to the lobby because Emmanuel is dropping out, and then we're gaining another person, I believe. All right. Sweet. Well, thank you again, Emmanuel, for the game. And we are getting Tasmanian Devil in here. And there they are. All right, cool. All right, is everybody ready to go for game 2? If I don't think we need anybody else. Oh, you're good, Joe. It ended up being Taylor. Taylor ended up winning with minus 23. But cool. I think everybody's ready to rock, so let's go ahead and do it if nobody's got any objections. Well, good luck, good luck.
Here we go.
All right, well, good luck in game 2, everybody. Good luck. I'm going to try, Dylan. That first match, I was like, there was definitely some sauce to be had. I was just being a little bit of a goofy goober. So let's try and ungoofy this goober and maybe put up a solid score. Don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean I'm not going to try and have fun. But I just more mean I got to, like, seriously serious this.
Nice shot.
Maybe somebody got that reference. I would be very surprised if anybody actually did. Now the real question is do we go driver here again or do we try and use the iron? Cuz like the wind is kind of sort of doing what I want. Actually, the wind might be doing precisely what I want for driver strat. Like just putting it to the right enough for me. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to go driver. How far are we out? 84? Okay. So I'm going to say right about here. Go, baby. Ah, oh, man. I shorted it again. By about the same distance. Again, it's not bad. Like, I will take that, but, you know, just a little bit off. Driver's a very precise instrument. Einstein, circa 1896. Uh-huh. You can take the goober out of the goofy, but you can't take the goofy out of the goober. Understood. And how very philosophical, Dylan, because you're absolutely right. The goober can be taken out of the goofy. But once you got the goofy in you, you can't take it out because you're a goober. Hey, that's alright. I'm fine being part of the Goofy Goober fan club. That, sir, is $5 goober dollars. Or is it 4 goober dollars? I can't remember. Oh no, I'm getting old. What the hell? This is the same scenario. This is the same scenario as the last game. I mean, we got lucky with a flag shot last game. Let's see if we can actually hit it right this game and, you know, do it good. I think I did the same exact thing I did last time. Not quite. It's just because I didn't hit it hard enough. That needed to be just barely harder. Like, barely harder. Very nice to Ike and to Cress. And to Taylor. See, I wanted to be a part of the whole one fan club. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it. That's what I thought. It was 5 goober dollars. Legal tender to any participating Looby Goober. But he doesn't get to say the end of that because Dennis picks him up and he's just kind of like, it's going to take a lot more than 5. But what are these? And that was the only time in the movie that he says fools, too, just like Plankton. And then he says he loves his job, but then he ends up getting crushed. How ironic. But then, you know, or sorry, not crushed. He ends up hitting the boat. Which I'm surprised. The man was actually able to get flattened on a boot, survive on said boot for when, like, the, you know, the guy in the scuba suit literally, like, is in the shop, has all that time to, like, leave, torture SpongeBob and Patrick, use the bathroom, all that good stuff. And Dennis survived on the bottom of that freaking boot out of water for that entire time and then finally decided to show back up on David Hasselhoff. Like, the man was unstoppable. How does he just get taken out by getting hit by a boat? Like, that seems like chump change compared to what he just went through. Especially considering he fell back into the water, you know? It's just kind of like, the man is definitely still out there. Maybe it just took him a while to get back. But then he was able to catch up to, you know, the Hoff while being a puddle on the bottom of this guy's boot. So, I mean, like, I don't know what kind of, like... Maybe we should have Dennis in, like, the power scaling website to see how powerful he would be. Like, what would he be? Like, a C7 or something like that? Nah, I didn't hit it hard enough. I think it actually would have been fine if I would have hit it. Sorry, my brain's thinking about SpongeBob lore now, so... Exactly, peak plot armor for sure. But like, you know, the man survived it though, so that's why I'm just kind of like, you know, you could have just been done with him when he got stepped on, you know? He would have been finished off the same way as Plankton usually is. It would have been pretty cathartic, but I do like the twist where it's just like, you know, usually that can, you know, temporarily, you know, put Plankton down. But like Dennis though, Dennis a different dude. He built different.
Nice shot.
Don't be too hard. I thought it was dead aim, man. What was that? I thought we had it. And I totally will after that, Ike, because boy, I need to like crack my back after missing that by that much. Like I 100% thought that this pin was dead aim, and then it was like, I think I hit it a little bit too hard. Like I thought the power might have been like 3.4, 3.45, but I guess it also depends on your pin position. But yeah, 100% thought that was dead aim, and you can see why. But apparently that just wasn't it, Chief. And dang, sorry, Tesh. Hey, and Taylor ended up locking it down again. Very nice. Oh, it might have also just been a box position thing, and that's why I missed, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh. Ah. Aha, see? Yeah. That's what I thought. I just thought that... Oh, boy. Ooh, okay. That ended up working out. I'm just glad that didn't end up in the bunker so you'd have this messy chip, Ike. I mean, the putt's still a little bit weird, but at least it's a putt, not a chip. All right, so we're almost firing on all cylinders, but like it I would say we're running on like 4 out of 6 cylinders right now. Which by some people's standards that would be bad. By my standards, it's, you know, it's getting the job done. This is the same scenario again, just a different pin position. That's funny. And based off of that, that means I'll aim this slightly farther this way, and then we'll be in an even better spot. Theoretically. Or we're gonna be in roughly the same spot. That's okay. We couldn't make it up with this win last time, so I doubt we're gonna be able to make it up with this win this time. But I mean... Oh, hi, everybody. But, hey, we'll give it a shot.
Nice shot.
Yep, not quite. Close, though. Pretty darn close. Okay, so... Chip in here would be real good. And honestly, the wind is doing what I want just too well. So let's put it like right there. Let's hit it right there. How in the fuck?
Nice approach.
A, it doesn't lip at all. And B, how the fuck does that stay up? God damn it. Not to Taylor getting an eagle. That's very, very good. It's a very nice eagle yet again, Taylor. And I wasn't trying to sound salty in that one either, because I'm not. Like, again, super uber good. I'm never going to be upset by other people doing good, you know? I'm only ever going to get upset if I'm doing bad. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not doing bad. I'm getting close, but I'm not getting the cigar. And I'm just like, man, we've had so many opportunities, clearly. And I'm just kind of like, you know. So I'd rather quit with the and actually, start canning some of these. Okay. That took one weird bounce.
Nice approach. Nice birdie.
Man, quite a few very good shots. I see quite a few people right around the hole. I saw you there, AP. Very nice shot. I was going to say, were you within 2 feet? Because it definitely looked like it. Where, oh, where are we going to find this? And we got time. I would like to come out of the front 9 at least one extra under. But I mean, then all of a sudden we walk up to 7 and 7's like this. And I'm like, brother man, why? All right, cool. 197. Yep, I think we did what we needed to do so that we can finagle this. Actually, I don't think we can finagle. I don't know. I mean, we can definitely finagle it. I just don't know if it's the right decision. Because, like, Spoon here's, well, nah, we need to make it over. So I'm just going to put it where I think it will be okay with Spoon. Which I'm going to say right about there, based on how much the wind's going to move this, I think. And then we'll go...
Nice shot.
Ooh, don't hit the fringe. And get down a little bit. Okay, we'll take that. I'm surprised that ended up where it did. I was expecting to be farther over to the left, but no, that thing really did come like all the way back. Okay, this time it happened on hole 7. That's great.
Nice par.
Phew. I'm really glad I didn't do what my brain just mentally projected after having that happen. It's one of those situations where it's just like, you did that, and then you just immediately, as hard as I could, I wanted to spike my controller into the floor. Like, just stand up calmly, and then just absolutely yeet this thing into my fucking floorboards harder than I possibly could. Like, as hard as I possibly could. Like, All of the tendons in my arms just exploding. My arm almost getting ripped out of socket, you know, just spiking this thing into the floor. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good mental image, I must say. It would have been very satisfying if that's something that was actually feasible, but nah, can't be doing that, unfortunately. So we're just gonna have to stay and suffer. You know, I was joking about the whole suffering thing, but the game took me seriously, and well, I'm officially fucked this round. So I guess this falls into the we'll get him next week category. Which really fucking sucks considering we're not even in the back nine yet, and now I'm all of a sudden like, well, I just simply don't want to play this now. Like, I unfortunately know I can't leave, but the rest of this is going to be 100% meaningless. And that's just what really chaps my ass, because I feel like I'm just wasting my time now. Because I am. Because there's no coming back from that. Like, -5 after 8. To get anywhere close to where I'd want to be, I'd have to put up a -15 from this point forward, which, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's not possible, but like, fuck. I would have to absolutely go ape shit right now. Like, starting with this, like, I don't know, Eagle Albatross, some shit. I don't fucking know. But, yeah, so, the likelihood of that happening is slim to none, but
Nice shot.
you know, we here, I guess.
Nice shot.
And yeah, I know I put that over a bit far, but that's just because I really didn't feel like hitting the tree. Damn. Almost worked.
Nice approach.
That'd have been a pretty sick eagle, that's for sure.
Nice birdie.
Okay, now we need to put up a -14 through 9. That would be... Let's see. 1 shy of my personal best on the back 9. I mean, if I don't have to put up a PB, then that should be fine. I mean, if I do put up a PB, then all of a sudden, you know, like, I'm back in it. I'm backing up like a -21. That'd be a fuck ton of work for a -21, but at least it'd be that. Because right now, if we were to shoot everything just kind of ho-hum normal, which is a -11, then that would only put me at -17. And, that's bad. So... Ooh, 0 wins, whole 10. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. The game's just like, okay, here's your chance. You want it? Come and get it. And I'm just like, okay, I'll try. Because what else am I doing? I have to play this round anyway, so might as well try.
Nice shot.
Well,
Nice on.
I guess I was just a little bit too far over, huh?
Nice birdie.
Because, I mean, my power might have been a little bit firm, but damn. Ooh, wow, there's a few different ways that people got there, but good eagles for those that got them. Oh, no, that's fair, Ike. Although, in all fairness, I don't think my minus 17 would make any difference anyway, considering I play every week. If I wasn't able to get better than a minus 17 in the following weeks, then that would be pretty disgraceful. So, considering this is week 1, it's like I don't really care if I take a hard L on one of the rounds, because I'm assuming I'm going to be able to put up at least 2 more rounds that are better than it. But 100% agree with the mentality, because it's just kind of like, you are on a team, and if at the end of the day that score ends up counting and it costs your team, that kind of stuff, then you feel silly because you're just like, damn. If I had taken that more seriously, then we would have had a podium spot, so. Oh, all right. I don't know if that's going to be hard enough with the wind the way it is, but we wanted to hit fairway like that. Roll on up. Okay. It just barely made it in there. Thank goodness.
Hole in one.
All right. Oh. Back on track. I genuinely thought that thing was going to die right there. Like right at like 0.2, 0.1. And thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it. And thank you, Ike. I appreciate it. All right. Now we're only 4 strokes behind the leader. Okay, we got this. The momentum has started. Do you feel the shift? Do you hear the sound of distant footsteps?
Nice shot.
Ah, thought it was different. It's okay. How close are we? 213. Okay. Wind is with us. Might be on the fringe. Nope, it hit the fairway. Ooh. If that could have been a nice high rainbow, hop right into the hole. Ah, what a lovely sight that would have been. It's a very inconsistent bounce right in front of there. That's why it's like you kind of want to hit green first, and maybe 3-iron should have been the play there, but I thought we could get it done with a spoon. We could not, so. Alright, so 10, we didn't do anything. We barely missed. 11, we succeeded. We got the hole in one. 12, we needed the owie, but it's fine. Holy, okay. Alright. And then hole 13 shows up and it's just like, I got you, fam. So long as you can, like, do the thing. And I'm just like, that results may vary, but we'll give it our best shot. Okay. I don't know if that was firm or not. It was not. Nice. Oh, okay, that's 2 par 3s. That's 2 par 3s. Down. Thank you, Ike. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it. Just glad I was actually able to hit what I needed. Oh, and nice, very nice Ike. Great hole in one. I don't know if I'd be giving me that name yet, Dylan, but I will freaking take it. I did get a really goofy scorecard on the back nine one time now that you're mentioning it. I got hole in one on 13, birdie on 14, eagle on 15, then birdie on 17, and then eagle on 18. Something like that. I can't remember. It was like a nice 2-1, 2-1. People were just like, wait a minute. So you got the... And I think I also birdied 12. So they're just like, wait a minute. So you're telling me you birdied the par 5s and then you got hole in one / eagles on the par 4s? What's wrong with you? And I was like, I don't freaking know.
Nice shot.
All right. About as good as we can do. In slightly against us.
Nice shot.
Nah, I didn't give the wind enough credit. That's it. That's it.
Nice on.
Okay, it's sat. Okay, eagle on 14. Oh yeah, the wacky scorecards for sure. Whoa, okay, Terrence. Yeah, that's what you were saying. Holy, great albatross. That's an insane albie from there. All right. Oh. Okay, so I know you have to hit green first when you go for this. But if I can achieve that, then, you know, we should be good.
Nice shot.
Okay. I'm just trying to remember. No, I think I remember. That wasn't green first. That wasn't even close, my guy. You did not even give that a chance. Like, I don't really care where it ended up because that's not a reflection on where it could have been. But, like, wow, that was horrendous. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
Nice break.
That could have been easily another 2 on the scorecard, which we absolutely need every single one of those that we can take. Especially with this scorecard. We're minus 16 through 15. So we need. Wow, okay, so we just need eagle, birdie, eagle again, and then we'll be good. That's all. Ooh-wee. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can make this cut through like that, but when we're trying to make a bit of a well, we need eagle here. That's the thing, but it's just kind of like I don't want to tempt it right now. I guess.
Nice shot.
Oh, good, Zen. I was gonna say, once you get the audio figured out, you'll be rolling. I know we're using 7 here, but like, I'm gonna club up a couple times and just have it. Well, actually, the wind's with us, so. But I do want to keep it under the wind, so yeah, we will go with this. Question is how hard. So. Okay. Nah. What in the actual fuck is that? We got launch roll with the 3? I know, like I said, I knew the wind was with us, but like, what in the actual fuck? Oh, great. Okay, brain, don't malfunction when we're at the finish line. We can't go par. That just simply won't do. I feel like this will, though. It absolutely did. Wow. Okay. Nice save. Thank you, Ike. And thank you, Dylan. Yeah, we're trying, man. Like, we are really trying to stay in this. Like, we're holding on by a thread. Like, if we can go hole one Albie, that would be the minus 22, and that would be absolutely insane. But, all right. 17. Oh, God, with max wins. The question is do I think 3 iron can make it up in this instance? It is max wins. It's just not completely with us. That's a tough call. You know what? I'm going to say that actually. I am going to go with 3 iron.
Nice shot.
Never mind. Hey, it got taken a lot farther than I thought. But, I mean, we're on the green, I guess. I mean, this would be a hell of a putt, but a 76-footer. All right, baby. We can do this. Save the game. Come on. I mean, considering we're going to have to cook this putt, I can't imagine it's going to break more than this. Right? Man, really nice. Hold on. Let me just... I'm going to reset that completely just to see where I think would be good. Yep. Nah. Too far. Good speed. Too far. Very nice birdies. And there goes the end of my run. We really tried hard to make a like actually solid comeback on that, but hole 17 had to be hole 17. But yeah, seriously, very nice birdies. Ike and AP. Well, we need the Albie. It's front center pin, but the wind is against us. I think that's just enough against us to where we can't make it. Like, even me. I don't even think that I can make it. I don't know. Whoa, okay. Ike went for it. Ike's just like, we can make it. Oh. Oh, you made it. Wow. I mean, okay. Well, thanks, Ike, for being the test. Okay. I'm just hoping that somehow I don't end up screwed, because that definitely happens. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. All right. All right. We need this Albie. We need this Albie right now. Come on. Lock it in. Make good choices. Make good choices. Will do. Okay. So we're 188 out. Okay. And then...
Nice shot.
And I shorted it. I think that was actually a pretty good line, but I can't believe that I fucking shorted it. I didn't make a good decision. I didn't make a good choice, and now we're here with a really difficult chip up at it because of the weird topography of the green. And we missed. All right, cool. That is such a fun way to end this round. This round has been one hell of a roller coaster, and then it takes to the last fucking 2 holes for that shit to happen again. It's like the game likes to fucking cuck me right around the most devastating parts, like right around halfway. Like you're halfway through the round, and then it just fucks you, and then you get to the end of it, and then it just fucks you again, and you're just like, cool. That would have been a hell of a comeback if we could have pulled a minus fucking 20 out of our goddamn ass from where we started, but yeah. Oy. Well, GG's everybody. And this closest to the pin means nothing, so just in case for those of you that are watching. But honestly, if you all could like wrap this up, because I am tired and it's late and I basically got to go straight to bed. So it's like that's why I was kind of back and forth on whether or not I was going to stream, or I should say, do the tournament match, or stream it all. Really, boy, was that close for Taylor. I going with the putt. Oof, that was close for Ike too. Oh shit, I forgot to get a screenshot because I was mad. God damn it. Oh well, I hope somebody else got the screeny. I got the screeny for the first game, and I can always go back and get it again from, the stream recording. But yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I still had fun. Like I said, my brain's still a little bit messed up, and I know I was rambling about everything, but you did. And I didn't want to make the whole stream like starting on like a bad note, but no, the reason why my brain was kind of off is because I got told that my one of my uncles died today, so. I hadn't really seen him much in the last 10 years just because the situation with that side of the family got really messy, considering he married my blood relative aunt who was crazy and then randomly divorced him. But he also had his issues, but like, he was my godfather and he was, I liked him as an uncle. But, yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere, especially considering he wasn't that old. Like, the guy that there's a guy at my work who's in his early 70s at the same age as what my uncle was, and he's still like outside pulling weeds and stuff like that, and like actively moving heavy shit. And then my uncle, I mean, he was fine as far as I knew, all the way up until apparently he got pneumonia a couple months ago or a couple weeks ago, but I didn't think it was from that. I have no other details outside of just the fact that he, So I just kind of wanted to do something to get my mind off of that, truthfully, but I didn't really know what to do because sitting, and watching YouTube really wasn't helping. So I was just kind of like, maybe golfing will help me out a little bit. It'll focus my brain somewhere else because losing my grandpa at the beginning of the year and then my uncle at the end of the year, I'm just kind of like, Jesus Christ, it's been a while since I've had, this many, because my dad's best friend randomly died this year too. So it's just kind of like, holy shit, I've been to too many funerals this year. I thought I was done, with the last one, but now I got this one, and I'm just, yeah. So, but yeah, sorry to dump all that at the end. Like I said, I didn't want to preload the beginning with, depressing news. But yeah, in case anybody was wondering why I was a little bit off, that would be why. But yeah, so either way though, nah, it's all right, and I appreciate you all asking. Seriously, thank you so much. But yeah, no worries, I'll be all right. We'll get through it. But yeah, so anywho, with that off my chest, though, at least now you all are aware of it. So, in case I talk about it again, you'll be aware. But, or if I'm in another weird mood, it's because of that. But, I'm just trying to be candid with everybody. Anywho, I've rambled about that sadness for long enough. So, we'll get there when we get there. But anywho, on a side note though, we do have a 24-hour stream coming up for those of you that are interested. I got it listed at the bottom of the stream, and it's at the beginning of all my streams. But in 3 weeks from today is when I plan on doing a 24-hour stream. So if you'd be interested in getting in on the shenanigans, well, maybe, come, dig around with me for 24 hours. It'd be pretty fun, I think. I got some stuff planned. We'll see how everything goes. But, yeah, 3 weeks from today. And aside from that, if you also want more content in between now and then, because for some reason you haven't got enough, YouTube channel and Twitch or TikTok by the same name. It's Noptotch ones if you want to check out any of those. But yeah. Outside of all that though, appreciate everybody for stopping out for stream as usual. And I hope you all have a good rest of your day or night wherever you happen to be tuning in from. And I will catch you all next time.